Jump every time. I'm going to call the November 7th meeting of the West Des Moines City Council to order and invite you all to stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, please sign in.
Five members present.
Okay, Ryan, have there been any changes to the agenda?
There is one change, Your Honor. Staff's recommending the removal of agenda item 5B, reconsideration of the October 17th update to the comp plan. The intention is to bring that back to the next meeting on November 21st.
Okay, can I get approval of the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Five yes.
Okay, item 2, a citizens forum. This is a time for anybody in the audience that would like to address the council on any item that is not either part of new business or public hearings. Please come to the podium and give us your name and address for the record. And I'd ask that you keep it to under 5 minutes, please. I'd also say one more thing. Hold on, Ed, I'm sorry. I'll say one more thing. We're going to have a packed chamber tonight. So if you're here for a particular issue, when that issue is done, if I could ask you to leave, that would be great. Unless there's some other issue that you're here for, then that's fine too. But we are going to have, we're anticipating a packed house here, especially as we get towards the end of the meeting, because we're having a workshop on a construction project on Ashworth Drive. So with that, Ed.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. Ed Engler, 128 11th Street, West Des Moines, Iowa. Thank you for the early out, Mayor, because my first comments was going to be that I wanted to get up here quick. I want to keep them within 5 minutes, and I need to leave because I have a bunch of people crawling all over my roof putting shingles down right now, and they're going into the night. I really don't want them on there, so I need to get back as soon as I can, and I will. I'm up here basically for ongoing issues that's been going on for a while in the Junction, but people have prayed about this thing, and I hope I got a couple, 2 or 3 solutions that will help. And I'm specifically talking about the thing we call Alley's work. This phase now is going into the concrete hard surfacing. We went through a phase that what I'm seeing now, I wish I would have been smart enough. I'll be happy to call myself the first doofus on this thing. I should have caught it 7, 8 years ago, and a lot of us should have. But we had one of our first meetings, there was meetings last year on one of the alleys, and I'm not getting into that, but it got into other issues and they got extended. Now we're into this next group because of the challenges dug last time. They're trying to loop more alleys together, and that's not really going to solve the issue. We had our first meetings on it Thursday night, and I apologize. It was not good. It was, and I again regret. I was one of the people probably got making noise too loud because of too many issues coming in, actually from last year. But anyway, I've got 3 points that as I've analyzed back, I'm hoping other people will join behind me on this statement I made that we probably made some big mistakes on this thing early on. One of those being is the design issue of the entire layout of approaching the thing in Valley Junction. What we happened and what we seen down there last year and what we've seen this year already, this whole thing is pitting neighbor against neighbor. It's starting a war. And what happens is this time around, it's going to get a lot worse. And I'm going to try to explain that. Because last time we designed it, I'm going to say incorrectly. For the first time in history, I've seen to me, a city turn control of their property over to a residence, which should have never been done. What I mean by that is in the work of doing starting 8 or 9 years ago, of rebuilding the alleys, Greg, and putting the trenches in to get the water out, we turned it over to the residents. Why did we do that? And here, I'll explain that. When you rebuilt Railroad 8th Street,
Ed, you've got 1 minute and 30 seconds. I just want to make sure you get it all in. Sorry.
Design issues, we have 2 issues there. On the way that we have to look back at that. The other issues is these are issues where bidding is a problem. We should never need a bond, and bonding is the third issue. We should never need $1 million bond to do a $130,000 job. That's what was going last year. The man had his insurance and everything else, and he couldn't get in Cook because he'd only get $400,000. That cost the job. He was coming in late, yes, but that cost the job of getting it done. I have to sit down there.
All right, Ed, I would just tell you this, as I've told you before, and I'll tell you again, we are committed to getting these alleys done. It's important to everybody up here on the council, and I give you my word, we're going to get these things done. It's just how we go about them. It's been a little bit difficult, so we will get together a meeting, maybe over Zoom or something, me, and Brian Hemeseth, to have a conversation about this and make sure that...
We are seeing the same pattern come this year already, which is going to delay. And if we go through all the meetings here and the meetings there and the meetings there, let's just call it done now.
No, we're not going to call it done because we're going to get those done, Ed. I promise you that, but we got to do it efficiently and effectively and make sure
That's exactly what I'm trying to point out.
Yeah. So we'll get together, we'll have that meeting, and we'll discuss, because I know you got more to say about it. So, okay, thank you, Ed, appreciate it.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Catherine Harrington, proud president and CEO of the West Des Moines Chamber of Commerce, and by my side is Tom Florian, who's our Senior Director of Membership and Strategic Marketing, and we want to celebrate right now the city of West Des Moines. What you are doing to help create our city to be the best in America to live, work, and play is absolutely amazing. And the Technology Association of Iowa last week recognized the city and the chamber for the Technology Community of the Year Award, which is a statewide award. It's not just a local award, but we wanted to applaud the city in your amazing work and how we've worked together. And Tom Florian did a great job of nominating the city and the chamber for this award. And I want to spotlight some of the great things the city is doing and has done over the last year. You've hired a DEI director, Audrey Kennis. You've scored 100 out of 100 for the Municipal Equality Index, fiber optic cable conduit for all, building permit valuation over $1 billion and more in 22, growth of the Microsoft campus, 515 West Magazine for talent attraction, our 15-year of the West Des Moines Leadership Academy for the West Des Moines Chamber, the Valley Southwoods Career and Technical Education Institute, which will be a huge talent attraction for the future, affordable housing efforts, which is incredible, the beautiful Athene pedestrian bridge, the reinvestment in Valley Junction and all that we're doing there and the great work in Valley Junction, Mid-American Energy Recplex, which is stellar, the Chamber's West YP program, which is the largest in the state, Raccoon River Rally Fall Festival, the Athene Black and Brown Business Summit, our vibrant parks and recreation, our safety, our security, everything that makes West Des Moines great. So I want to applaud you, our city manager, Tom Haddon, as well, who does not receive a lot of recognition. And I want to spotlight him especially because he makes all these things, all the dream happen right behind the scenes. So just congratulations to everybody, and I appreciate it.
I'd also like to highlight Jamie Letzring and Brian Hemisath for their work on the Conduit Network project as well. And just thank you for City Council and every resident in this community for continuing to strive and invest in the great place that West Des Moines really is. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. So I had an honor of being there with these guys to be able to accept the award. And, you know, we've got an incredible team of council people and staff. And, you know, Jamie spearheaded this thing and with Brian has worked through this. Legal has, you know, Dick and his legal team have been working through the Conduit Network. And you guys have highlighted a lot of the great things that we're doing. And I'm just extremely proud of this city. We've got a great partnership with you guys and the Historic Valley Junction Foundation, and, you know, we're just getting started. So I'm really proud. We are just getting started. There's a lot more great things to come. So thanks, Tom, for nominating us, an incredible application that you put in that helped us to win this award, and we all should be very proud of what we've been doing. And we've got room for 6 more providers in that Conduit Network, and we're going to keep working on advancements in IT in this city and all kinds of stuff. So.
I love
Thank
it.
you so much.
Thank you.
Renee?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, MJ, come on up.
All right, so I like to give you guys a lot of guff for things I think you do poorly. So I think it's also important that I recognize when you do something good. And the pilot project for planting street trees in Valley Junction is amazing. And I very much hope that you guys both continue that program year over year and expand it. And if you'll permit me a slight diversion, imagine that I were to adopt a highway, right? So I pick up the trash in that highway, and then at the end of picking it up, I weigh it and I see I got 10 pounds of trash. So I go and then I sell the right to dump 10 pounds of trash back onto the side of the highway. You all would be like, well, that's crazy. What are you doing? Well, that's exactly what agenda item 4E does. It takes the good that you produce by planting all of these street trees, particularly the environmental good, packages it up into a neat little item, and then sells it off as a right to pollute. Since I know you guys, you guys are proud of our environmental consciousness as a city, so accordingly, I request respectfully that you guys strike item 4E from the consent agenda and reject it. Let the trees do their good rather than selling off that good as pollution.
Okay, I appreciate the comments. You know, we certainly can pull that item and have a discussion about it. So I will tell you that we will do that. We will pull that item, and we will have a separate discussion on it, and we can hear from staff and others. I'm not looking at it the same way that you are, but we can have a discussion on that. Okay? All right, anybody else for Citizens Forum, please come to the podium, give us your name and address for the record. Okay, seeing no movement. Going once, going twice. Okay, I'm going to go to anybody online. Anybody online that would like to address the council as part of Citizens Forum, please hit *6 to unmute yourself. Give us your name and address for the record. Anybody online? Okay, hearing. Oh, I can hear you. Go ahead and give us your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, this is Aaron Stool. I live at 931 31st Street, West Des Moines.
Hey, Aaron, how you doing?
I'm doing well. No, this is just a quick comment that there's a lot of explosion of activity in that innovation corridor, just across the city. A lot of fun opportunities coming up, and just a quick shout out to all of you in leadership. You have a lot to do, and you do have a lot of to give perspective to. So just really appreciate the work you're doing, and I understand that you get a lot of information 1,000 miles per minute, and I appreciate your attempt to just engage with the city and engage with the residents, and just try to take that perspective as well. So thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you. Appreciate all you do for us on the Parks and Rec Board. You've provided a significant contribution yourself, and really appreciate you stepping up to do that. So thank you, Aaron.
Thank you, Aaron.
Okay, anybody else online for Citizens Forum, hit *6 to unmute yourself. Give us your name and address for the record. Okay, hearing none, Citizens Forum is closed. We're going to move on to item 3, Mayor, Council, Manager Report, Other Entities Update. And we're going to start down here with Councilman Lotz.
Nothing to report, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. Councilman Trevelyan.
Nothing this time.
Okay, Councilwoman Hardman.
I'd just like to take a moment of a personal privilege to just say to one of our past city council members, who was the first woman actually elected to city council, Loretta Tercey Seaman, who we all know lost her husband and fought the good fight, but I want her to know that we're thinking of her, and her former colleagues are praying for her and our family during this season of loss. I think many of us know Loretta, who paved the way for me to be the second woman. She was certainly the first, and I admire and respect her immensely. But my heart's with her during this season of loss for her husband, Bob Seaman. So we're thinking of you, Loretta.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman McKinney.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple quick items, because I know we got a lot of items to go through. But briefly, Bravo met, and I think it's important. We are a large contributor to Bravo, and we recently learned that the city of Des Moines has a different arrangement with Bravo, where they give up to a certain amount, and then they've reserved a certain a dollar amount that would go towards something that they've identified, and that is, in this case, the zoo. And so as a representative to the Bravo board, I feel compelled to tell the city of West Des Moines about that change that we were recently alerted to at Bravo, about how they will give up to $1.7 million to Bravo. And after that, they will deflect a certain amount of their 2/7 of their hotel motel tax to, in this case, the zoo. And then once they hit a certain amount there, it will come back to Bravo. So that's something that apparently was approved in 2018, and no other city has that clause within their 2080 agreement. The second thing I'd share is Icon Water Trails. We as a city are also a member of Icon Water Trails, and I'm happy to report that a week ago we received a bid package back. We have been trying to bid this out throughout the year. We've made some changes due to inflationary costs, due to budgets coming, or proposals coming back that were significantly above what the budget was, and finally we were able to get something that came back within the range, which will allow the Icon Waters Trail development to now begin moving forward. That's all I've got at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, that's great. Renee, you got a question?
Yeah, I did have a question. So regarding Bravo, and you're on the board, so are you recommending that we look at it for something we consider, or you're just identifying that that's how Des Moines does theirs? Is that something that you have an affinity to, or I'm just curious.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Honestly, it was something that struck me as unique, right? It's something that was brought to the Bravo Board's attention, at least the current composition of the board, during a recent meeting. And so I think, I've requested a copy of the agreement. We have a copy of that. And I think it's just something we need to take a look at.
And our agreement expires when? Is it
I don't know that there's
annual, or is it
an
renewed
expiration.
annually? Okay.
Yeah.
It's typically, I think they renew those every 3 years or something to that effect. But, he brings up a very valid point because, we've all got, the Des Moines Zoo is certainly worthy of our hotel motel taxes, or at least theirs. But all of us have those things that are worthy of our regard. And if everybody carved off some of the hotel motel tax for those things, which we've actually been advocating to do, to fund some of the things that we would like to fund in our own city, well, then we might have an issue being able to fund Bravo and the CVB. And so, the fact that one city's allowed to do that may be not the most fair thing in the world. But anyway, we'll have to look into that. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. I appreciate it. Councilman Hudson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll have a more detailed report in 2 weeks on a couple of other things, like I know there's some big F&A matters coming up, and I'll share more about those, obviously, after we have the meeting, along with a couple of other report items. But I know we have a busy night. There's a lot of folks here, so I'll just make 2 quick points of personal privilege. One, a thank you to the Parks Department, because I had a son who just turned 8 years old, and he invited, I want to say, 25 of his friends to a party. And so where could you do that except at the West Des Moines Recplex? So we reserved a third of a field, and I just got a bunch of kickballs and said, go. And it worked out really, really well. So I wanted to say what an amazing amenity to have. And it's just such a fantastic facility, and it worked out really, really well. And he had a great birthday party. And on one more point of personal privilege, tomorrow's Election Day, so it's your local Valley High School history teacher saying, hey, you should go vote if you already haven't. So, and that's my report, Your Honor.
Thank you so much, Councilman. Appreciate it. City Manager Haddon, any
No report, Your Honor.
All right, short and sweet as usual. Okay, with that, we're going to move on to item 4, consent agenda. Are there any items that any council person would like to pull? We are going to pull, MJ brought up, for E, and we have got, this is the longest consent agenda, by the way, I think I've ever seen in my 12, 13 years here. And we're also going to pull the proclamation.
Or BB1.
Yep, BB1.
I want to pull 4Y, please.
4Y. Okay.
Got a handful for you.
Kevin, so Kevin's 4Y, and we're doing BB1. 4E we got. Okay, Matt.
Yep.
Lay it on.
Thank you. I've got 4I2. I'd like to think we could take the following these three things together. 4I2,
Okay.
401, 4P3. Those are each 3 things I'll abstain to.
01 and P3.
Yep.
Are they all related?
They're
or-
all related to the Conduit network.
Okay.
I don't know, Ryan, if you'd like to take those all together, or maybe just separate for the purposes of the minutes and
No,
whatnot?
if it's for the same reason, for the abstention, I like taking them
Okay.
together.
All right, sounds good, then we will do that.
And then in addition to those items, 4W and 4AA3.
For AA3.
Okay. So those will be separate, right?
All right, yep.
Correct, those would be separate.
Anybody else have anything they'd like to pull? If not, I would
For the
take a
remainder
motion.
of the agenda?
Okay. Hold on a minute, Renee, do you have something you want to pull?
No.
You're good? Okay, so you move the remainder? Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, please vote.
Five yes.
Okay, item 4E, this was requested by MJ. We've got approval of carbon credit letter of commitment, Trees Forever. On this issue, I guess I would just ask the appropriate department, I don't know if it's Parks and Rec, or I don't know that we have our arborist, Paul, here or not. My guess would be no.
Public Services is
Okay.
Brett back there? Okay. Well, I could start it, is that.
Go ahead, Tom.
I guess it's a philosophy thing. It's not a matter of giving license to others to pollute.
Yeah.
it's, when you do this, you give them carbon credits, it helps you plant more trees when you sell these credits for people who are trying to offset their use of carbon. So to me, if you can look at a number of ways, well, if the people didn't do it, we still get more trees out of it in the process. Brett, I'm talking about 4E. Are you prepared, or can you?
And if we have to defer on it, we can defer on it as well, but I'm kind of looking at it like you. I'm not sure that it's a license to pollute.
No.
No.
It counteracts what other
Brett
people are
Hodney,
doing.
Public Services Director. I was talking to our urban forester, but basically what it is we're going to be working with other communities to kind of pool our resources to gain additional funding through Trees Forever to basically get funding to plant more trees. So that's kind of what the whole purpose of the letter is for the carbon credit, is working together with other communities to, through Trees Forever, to gather more funds to plant more trees. So that's simply what Paul and I were talking about.
So did Paul address MJ's concern about basically it's a license to pollute that?
Well, I'm not exactly sure where I'm following the license to pollute when basically we'd be planting more trees by gaining more revenue. So I'm not exactly sure I follow that.
I think what MJ's talking about is there are people that purchase carbon credits that are actually polluting, and they're purchasing these carbon credits to counteract what it is that they're doing. But and this is carbon credits specifically. So in essence, people buy these carbon, they're doing something, they buy the carbon credits to counteract what it is that they're doing. This is not necessarily doing that here, but that's what carbon credits are about.
Well, and like I said, once again, Paul assured me that basically what the end game is, we're going to get more money to plant more trees. So that's the purpose of this carbon credit issue that we're dealing with our council. So.
If I could just ask, if we say no to this, right? If we vote no, right, there's no obligation that a business change its operations.
No, not at all.
And we would be reducing the amount of funding we would have to plant more trees in the community.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, any other discussion? Thank you, Brett. Okay, seeing none, please vote.
We need a
We need a
motion.
motion. I'll move to approve this.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. I should have taken that before, sorry. Please vote.
I'll just say as we're voting here, I do, MJ, appreciate you bringing this up. It's good to have this dialogue, so thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
5 yes.
Okay, that's approved. Move on to the items that we're going to be lumping together. Item I2, O1, and P3. These are items that Councilman McKinney has a potential conflict of interest on. Is there somebody that'd like to move these items?
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved. There's a second. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Okay, any discussion? Okay, hearing none, please vote.
Four yes, 1 abstention due to potential conflict of interest.
Okay, item 4W. Matt?
Thank you, Mayor. Item 4W relates to development agreement with property in the Valley Junction area. And I bring it up because the document that I got here talks about how it's a complete total renovation of the existing building on the site. And it says restoration will be following the Department of Interior requirements. And so I'm just wanting to make sure that we've got whatever the Department of Interior requirements are we also, I mean, I don't want to assume anything, and that's why I'm pulling this. I want to make sure we're following the guidelines that we've adopted in the Valley Junction area for purposes of,
Yes.
complying with the fabric of the neighborhood. That was something,
Yes, and this is a rehab of the property. It's not a tear down at all. They're restoring, he's going to be restoring this building. So,
Yep.
Yeah.
Clyde, go
Okay,
ahead.
Clyde Evans, Community Economic Development Director. Commonwealth Properties is restoring the building, and they're also applying for federal and state historic tax credits. And by those requirements, they also have to comply with the Department of Interior requirements to be able to do the renovation and get the tax credits, as well as does our design guidelines require that when you have a contributing building and you're doing renovation on it, the renovation work must be consistent with those guidelines. And it has to deal with materials and things like that.
So Clyde, you're comfortable that the renovation, this total renovation of the existing building will comply with the guidelines we've adopted?
They have to if he wants to get historic tax credits, and he very much wants to get those.
Okay, well, I appreciate it. I just know how much work has gone into that. We talk about changing the exterior of a building, and I'm glad we have these guidelines. This is exactly why we have those guidelines.
And Matt, this came through FNA, and in our discussion, we asked the same questions. And the concern was, when we talk about this full renovation of 122 Fifth Street, is there going to be any change on the outside other than uplifting what's already existing rather than a complete tear down? And in my personal opinion, this really fits the goal of the entire program. This is what we want to do, and it's going to be fantastic inside. The structural changes necessary to prevent it from falling into Fifth Street, those are super important as well. So I think it's going to be a winner, in my opinion.
Appreciate that, Matt. Do you want to move that then?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and move it.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
I just want to say, as I read this, and I understand why we're having this discussion. We've spent months and months and months with the historic Valley Junction project and area, but they're going to be creating new FTEs, and I love to see that. There's going to be job opportunities. This is 10 FTEs for this particular area, so it has a lot of pluses all the way around. So I am in full support of it and love that we're adding.
He's putting
some
over $2
FTEs.
million into the renovation of the properties, which is significant.
Absolutely.
Should be a great project.
Absolutely.
Okay, any other discussion on this item before we vote? Okay, hearing none, please vote.
5 yes.
Okay, item 4Y, Kevin. It's a resolution for approval of purchase agreement, rental acquisition program, 1205 and 1207 Locust Street.
Yeah, my question is, one, what's going to be the cost to split this one half-acre lot into 2 lots? And 2, what is the process for putting it out for the nonprofits? Is it going to be a request for proposal? What are we going to do to get
Christine
the
is coming
most
on up.
participants that we possibly can?
Christine Gordon, Housing and Community Development Manager. Your first question, splitting the lots, we're starting that process. We'd like to be able to start that before we actually acquire it. I don't know what the cost of that will be. It will be something that we as a city will do. But we want them to be 2 separate individual lots, 2 houses, 1 on each of the lots. We don't want it to be 2 properties together. So we will go through that process to do that.
So the sale of the property at 75 cents on the dollar, is that going to include the cost to split the lots or just the $225,000 to buy this property as it sits?
The city will incur those costs. I don't anticipate that we were going to pass those on to the nonprofit. The purpose of the nonprofit acquiring these properties is to sell it to a low-income buyer and keep it affordable.
Okay.
So we're trying to not pass costs on to those nonprofits.
Okay. What's going to be the process then to solicit nonprofits to buy these properties?
Sure. There's only a select number that are going to be able to do this type of work. Home Inc., Habitat for Humanity, and Neighborhood Finance Corporation are 3 organizations we have contacted and said, are you interested in doing this kind of work? And they've all said yes. So we are coming up with a structured RFP to say, here's a property that's available. Are you interested? Come tour it, and then provide a bid of the type of work you would do. You would pay the 75 cents on the dollar that's already been established, but the type of work you would do, and then how much would you sell it for? So we will go through a criteria to select who gets the properties.
Okay, and they're going to renovate the properties, not tear them down and build new?
Absolutely not. They will absolutely renovate them.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Christine, just remind us quick, to qualify for this, you've got to be 80% of area median income or less, which 80% is like $55,000, what you make a year? for an
Higher than
individual?
that right now, but
Higher, okay.
yes, we want, it's whatever criteria we want to put on it, but council has said they want these nonprofits to sell to a household that's less than 80%.
Okay.
Habitat most likely will go lower than that. That's
Okay.
just the population they work with, but we have said 80% is the max that we would sell to.
Gotcha. All right, thank you so much. Kevin, did you want to
Motion
move
to
that? or-
approve.
Second.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, hearing none, please vote.
Good deal.
5 yes.
Okay, moving on to item 4, AA3, 218, approval of acceptance of hold harmless agreement, 218 and a half Fifth Street. Matt?
I don't know that I pulled,
Okay.
it was 4A3?
4 AA.
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
I was looking at the wrong, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so this, again, relates to an exterior in Valley Junction. And as you might suspect, I'm a bit sensitive, given all of the work that's been done in this area, right? We know a lot of folks want to make sure that we're maintaining the existing look and feel down there. And so I look at this hold harmless agreement and acceptance of sign encroachment. Unfortunately, the agreement's not attached to the document. And so I don't know what's in the agreement, but we're talking about a sign that extends over Fifth Street's right-of-way. And I want to make sure that we're also going to, apply those same guidelines as part of this, because this is our chance. They're asking for a release. I want to make sure that release includes language related to the sign.
Well, this went through Public Services. Did they see the agreement?
I don't recall seeing the agreement.
Okay. Do we want to have somebody from Public Services come and address this, or who would be the appropriate person to address this? Is there
I
anyone?
can speak to that.
Okay,
It's just a
go
hold
ahead.
harmless to keep, it's a safety issue. It's like an easement, an air easement. So they're going to have the sign. It really doesn't go to the sign itself, whether they should put it up or not. It's just the protection for the city that we are held harmless if that sign should fall on our property.
Okay.
So Dick, this is a blade sign though, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yep.
Okay.
We have other issues down there with some overhangs that we're trying to kind of do the same thing with easements, air easements, and, liability waivers.
I guess I'm less concerned about the liability, because I'm sure that the liability agreement is drafted in a way that gives everybody the protection they agreed to, but it's more, is this sign going to be, is it going to comply with the requirements that we've adopted for exterior appearance in Valley Junction area?
And that I don't know what the specifics of the sign are. I think Development Sir Clyde knows, apparently.
Clyde's coming up.
Clyde Evans, Community and Economic Development Director. Within the Fifth Street area, a few years ago, the city adopted new standards for blade signs there. So anything that's developed there requires, the whole harmless agreement, as Mr. Zizinski pointed out. It also has to comply with the sign regulations that we adopted. The design guidelines in terms of signage really said, consistent with those guidelines that we adopted for signage. So by issuing the permit, Development Services is basically saying that it meets our requirements as far as the sign code. So it is, anything that's done there would be consistent with not only the design guidelines, but also with city regulations that we have now.
All right, great. Thank you, Clyde.
Okay.
Okay, Matt, do you want to move that one?
Yep, so moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, please vote.
5 yes.
Okay, item 4, BB1, recognition of Rick Swalwell. I'm going to read the resolution here, or the proclamation of recognition. We've got Karen Novak Swalwell, his wife, here, as well as other family members. Whereas Rick Swalwell was elected by the citizens of West Des Moines to the West Des Moines Parks and Recreation Advisory Board in January of 2010, and whereas Mr. Swalwell served with loyalty and distinction during a period of significant growth and development of the city of West Des Moines Parks and Rec system, and whereas Mr. Swalwell served on several committees, including the Bicycle and Pedestrian Planning Committee, Des Moines Trail and Greenways Committee, and Park Board Facilities Committee, and was instrumental in the formation of the West Des Moines Bicycle Advisory Commission. And whereas Mr. Swalwell played a vital role in planning and implementing significant parks and recreation projects over his years on the Park Board, including miles of bike trails, the Raccoon River Park Boathouse, and the Jamie Hurd Amphitheater. And whereas Mr. Swalwell enjoyed live music and was an avid outdoorsman and athlete whose advocacy has particularly benefited those community members with similar interests. And whereas Mr. Swalwell continued to serve his community until his untimely passing, on September 15th, 2022. And whereas Mr. Swalwell was a friend, neighbor, advocate, and dedicated public servant, and West Des Moines is undoubtedly a better city because of the contributions of Rick Swalwell. And whereas the mayor and city council of West Des Moines wish to express their condolences to the family and friends of Rick Swalwell and express their appreciation for his leadership as a public servant and his efforts to improve the quality of life for those living in West Des Moines. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that on this 7th day of November 2022, the City Council, staff, and citizens of the City of West Des Moines hereby recognize and honor Rick Swalwell. And we'd like to present the proclamation.
Can someone take a picture, or do we need to get down there? I'll do it. Yeah.
Jamie's taking.
Oh, Jamie has it.
I think so.
Yes.
Maybe Sally?
Sure, anybody who wants to come up, just grab a picture. Jim, Matt, get in here. Okay, we still need a motion and a second to approve this. Can I get a motion? Okay, it's moved. Can I get a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. I do just want to say, you know, I had the pleasure of being able to serve with Rick the entire time that he was elected, because we got elected at the same time to Council and Parks and Rec Board, and it was such a pleasure to be able to serve with Rick. He was not only extremely passionate about Parks and Recreation and, of course, music. I always got an invite to all the events at your home, and even though I could barely make it, you guys always continued to invite me, and I really appreciate that. But Rick was just a huge advocate for Parks and Rec, and I'll never forget all of us. I was the liaison to the Parks and Rec Board, and a bunch of the Parks and Rec board members that are here, we brainstormed and we dreamt about the quality of life amenities. We dreamt about the Jamie Hurd Amphitheater and the Raccoon River Park Boathouse and the 26.2-mile loop trail and all those things. And I always drank too much Mountain Dew during those discussions. And Rick and Forrest would remind me of that. But, he was a fierce advocate, an outdoorsman. And what was so great about having him on the Parks and Rec Board, too, is that he not only talked the talk, but he walked the walk. He actually participated in a lot of these different things. And so when we'd have somebody come in and have questions or concerns on it, Rick would say, I just went and walked that entire park, and I could tell you that, this won't work for this reason. And he just was a huge asset and made such a huge contribution to our city and to our Parks and Recreation. And as much as I'm going to miss him from that standpoint, I'll miss him more as a person and a human being, because he really touched everybody that he worked with. So thank you for sharing him with us over all those years.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you. You're free to stay for all the rest if you want. Or go out to dinner.
Go celebrate Rick.
Dinner, right?
Go celebrate Rick.
I'd rather go out to dinner.
Okay.
We need to vote on that motion.
Okay, please vote.
Vote.
5 yes.
Okay, item 5A, old business. We are going to be deferring on this. Can I get a motion to continue
moved.
this? Okay.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
I think that's abstaining for you. Yeah, that's definitely.
4 yes, 1 abstention due to potential conflict of interest.
Okay, and item 5B will be continued as well. Do we need to vote on that, or has the agenda just
Nope,
been?
it's just
Okay.
been removed off the agenda.
Okay, so item 5B is also going to be continued to the 21st.
So moved?
Okay, we don't even need to make a motion on that. We're good. But thank you for that. Item 5C, we've got issuance of $29.2 million in taxable general obligation, urban renewal, capital loan notes. Final action item, we've got resolution to approve the issuance of not to exceed this amount. And this came through F&A unanimous recommendation on September 21st. Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve?
Okay, second. Okay, any discussion? Okay, hearing none, please vote.
Five yes.
Okay, item 5D, we've got a resolution approving issuance of up to $13.73 million worth of general obligation urban renewal bonds. This was also approved unanimously by Finance Administration at their September 21st meeting.
Motion to approval?
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
Yes,
Okay, go ahead.
one quick item, because I think sometimes it looks like we rubber stamp some of these things. It's not the case at all. Councilman Hudson and I have actually asked our financial services provider to help us analyze our budget, and Mr. Stiles and his team in the back, so that we can consider what the rising interest rate environment could do and might mean for us as a city. And so we are looking at that right now and taking that into consideration for all the future work being done there. So it goes fast when it gets here, but there's a lot of work that gets done ahead of time. So.
Great point. Great point. You guys do great work on F&A, and all of our subcommittees do phenomenal work vetting all these issues and talking through them before they come here. So,
Yeah, and as Councilman Lote said, there's quite the road that leads up to this point, and it should also be said that the city of West Des Moines has a AAA bond rating, the highest rating you could possibly get as a city, which means that allows us to enjoy nicer interest rates than other municipalities.
Well, and that AAA rating means we could go out and get a lot of money, but it doesn't necessarily mean we should. So
absolutely.
Also true.
Absolutely. Okay, great discussion. Please vote.
Five yes.
Okay, item 6, public hearings. This is the time and the place for a public hearing to consider neighborhood park signage project information and secondary entrance signs initiated by the city of West Des Moines. Ryan, would you please read the date the notice was published?
October 21st, 2022 in the Des Moines Register.
And have we received any written comments of this hearing?
None, Your Honor.
Okay, anybody from the audience who would like to address the council on item 6A, please come to the podium, give us your name and address for the record. And I would ask that you keep it to under 5 minutes, please. Okay, seeing no movement out of the audience here, I'm going to go online. Anybody online that would like to address the council on item 6A, hit *6 to unmute yourself and give us your name and address for the record. Okay, hearing no one, I'll declare the public hearing closed. We've got 2 resolutions and a motion which we can take at the same time.
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, hearing none, please vote.
Five yes.
Okay, new business, item 7A, the Village at Sugar Creek, Plat 1, northeast corner of Boonville Road and South 88th Street. Approved final plat to create 7 lots for commercial and multifamily development, 5 outlots and 2 street lots, DB Boonville LLC. We've got a resolution for approval and release of the final plat, and there are no outstanding issues, but there are several conditions of approval related to submittal of legal documents, sureties, and payment of fees before recordation and/or any above-ground construction is allowed to happen. With that, can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, please vote.
Five yes.
Okay, item 7B, Stonewood Plat 1, northeast corner of South Grand Prairie Parkway and Boonville Road. Approve a revised preliminary plat to create 40 lots for single-family residential development and 4 outlots and 4 street lots. Stonewood, Inc. We have got a resolution for approval of release, a revised preliminary plat. There are no outstanding issues, but there are several conditions of approval as noted below. And I would note that this was approved unanimously by both Planning and Zoning and Development and Planning. Can I get a motion to approve the resolution?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. Please vote.
5 yes.
Okay, item 7C, Village and Sugar Creek Apartments, South 81st Street and realign Boonville Road. Approved site plan to allow construction of apartment complex, DB Boonville LLC. We've got a resolution for approval of site plan and acceptance of associated legal documents. There are no outstanding issues, but several conditions of approval regarding the extension of South 81st Street, extension and realignment of Boonville Road, payment of 2 future traffic signals when warranted, potential payment to upgrade the sewer capacity, and submittal of the final plan. This was also approved unanimously by both Development and Planning and Planning and Zoning. Can I get a motion to approve the resolution?
So move.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any discussion at all? Okay, hearing none, please vote.
5 yes.
Okay, item 7D, plat of survey, parcel 2022-1165. Approve plat of survey to create a 0.02 acre parcel for the transfer of ownership, Glen Meadows Retirement Community LLC. We have got a resolution for approval and release of the plat of survey. There are no outstanding issues and only a lot tie agreement as the condition of approval. This item was approved unanimously by Development and Planning at their October 3rd meeting. Can I get a motion to approve and release the plat of survey?
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, please vote.
Five yes.
Okay, item 7E, historic West Des Moines design guidelines generally located between First Street, Grand Avenue, and Railroad Avenue. Approval and acceptance of the remaining pages 41 through 106 of the historic West Des Moines design guidelines pertaining to the Valley Junction Transitional Use District, the Valley Junction Railroad Avenue 1 District, Valley Junction Railroad Avenue 2 District, Valley Junction Mixed Industrial 1 District, Valley Junction Mixed Industrial 2 District, and Valley Junction Commercial District. This was initiated by the City of West Des Moines. We've got a resolution to approve all these items. It's acceptance, approval and acceptance of these items. And I would just say a lot of work has been done here, a lot of work. And you know, this was approved by Planning and Zoning unanimously, with Commissioner Hatfield abstaining since he was on the steering committee. I want to thank all of the residents that took the time to show up and provide feedback and input throughout this process, as well as all of the merchants and businesses that and organizations that did the same thing. I want to thank everybody that was on this steering committee who cared enough about Valley Junction to take the time to show up. And there were a lot of meetings that were had, and these meetings went hours and hours and hours. I want to thank Meredith Wells, who was the chair, and Nate Hahn, who was the co-chair that helped run these. Our council people, Renee Hardman, who spent countless hours, and Kevin Trevelyan as well. Our consultants from Tesca, who walked us through this entire process. The architectural historian we consulted with, named Edward Torres. And last but not least, our staff. Clyde Evans, Christine Gordon, Brad Mumford, Kay Schoen, and Roberto Teo for all of the IT help that he provided. A lot of work went into this. So I'm glad we're at this stage. I'm sure we're going to receive a lot of feedback and input tonight as well and have good discussion, but thanks to everybody that put in a lot of time on this. Okay, can I get a motion and a second?
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Yes. All right. my biggest issue with this is the transitional areas. I do not understand why we are expanding or giving the ability to expand the Valley Junction business area. People talk about the need for affordable housing. If this is approved, this transitional area, you're going to take the affordable single-family housing away from these neighborhoods, and it'll be gone forever. Now, I know there's those that are going to say, well, but the retail below, and then it can be apartments above. I don't know why we keep forcing apartments on people. There's houses down there. They're not in disrepair. It's not a blighted area. There's absolutely no reason to take these houses for the benefit of a couple of developers that own some of these properties in these neighborhoods so that they can build and make money basically on the backs of the residents of Valley Junction. So I will not be supporting this. I think it's the most ridiculous thing I've heard of. So I will not support it.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Kevin. Any other discussion?
Yeah, I have concern about the transitional zone.
Okay.
I have, we're going through a comprehensive plan amendment. There was not an amendment, a comprehensive plan that was adopted 2 weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago, I guess. And at that time, I said pretty clearly, I had concerns. It's not comprehensive, that it bifurcates the city. If we're going to do a comprehensive plan, it needs to be actually comprehensive and not apply to just a portion of the city. And I also said at that time that if the transition zones are that important, why are they not part of the comp plan? Because what we're talking about here on the transition zone is rezoning parts of Valley Junction. And we're also talking about all the rezoning and land use changes we're going to make in a very small portion of the city as part of our, quote, comprehensive plan. So I have a real problem saying on the one hand, hey, we're going to do this comprehensive plan. It's going to be great. It's going to be, well, it's not quite comprehensive. And then tonight we delay that again because it wasn't ready. We recognize it wasn't ready, and we're having to come back and correct it again. And so at the same meeting that we say, actually, let's push the comp plan off a little, the reconsideration of the comp plan off a little bit more, we're being asked to change zoning in an entire neighborhood. And I'd like to understand a little bit more because I like it. The guidelines are important. Frankly, the guidelines are exactly why I pulled the 2 items off the agenda earlier. To talk about the signage, to make sure it's following the design guidelines that everybody spent so much time doing. To look at the building where we're going to do a complete renovation to ensure that it was going to comply. So I want to make very clear, I have a lot of support for ensuring that we are maintaining the fabric of that area and making sure that what we do preserves the look and feel. But creating these transitional zones, and I did a walking tour down there. You know, Mayor, we went down there together. I was down there with Clyde and so many others, a couple of folks that are here to understand it. And I think there are parts of the area that it does make sense to do a transitional zone, right? To actually protect certain areas. You see, there are some areas in the transitional zone that are actually, that look modern, that probably are not very appropriate. And a transitional zone concept that we've talked about would actually prohibit that in some areas. And then in other areas, it may not make sense. And so I guess I'd like some clarity as to why we're not making the transitional zones part of this comprehensive plan.
Well, I would comment, and I would say, again, we're not making it part of the comprehensive plan for one major reason, and that is that comprehensive plan has taken 4 years to this point. The direction that was provided by the former mayor was to take a look at this part of the city where we had 111 different comprehensive plan amendments. That's where we had the issues that we needed to address right now. we are coming back and we are going to address the rest of the city in the comprehensive plan. We're doing that as we speak. But we had to address the part of the city where we had 111 comprehensive plan. Maybe it's 118. I'm probably forgetting the number here. But that's why we did this. It was the direction of the former mayor, and he was directing it that way because we had that many comprehensive plan amendments that we were doing, and that just wasn't right. It was kind of development on the fly, okay? And as far as the comprehensive plan items on the agenda tonight that we deferred, we're deferring those out of respect for the landowner who asked that those be deferred. We were ready to go with it tonight, but we asked that we were asked that it would be deferred so they could consider the language that was in here since they hadn't seen it yet, and so we deferred on that item tonight. That's it. I did walk around down there with you, and I surely respect your opinions and where you're coming from on this, as I do respect Kevin's as well. And as we walked around and we took a look at the area, I was actually pleasantly surprised at the way that it all was worked out. And my understanding on the transition zones, and we have Brad on deck here, is that the transition zones are going to make it such that, I mean, the committee went over this, and the committee talked about this, and the committee, used a scalpel, not a hatchet on this, and they catered this to make sure that it was going to look the way that they wanted it to look, and it was going to feel the way that they wanted it to feel, and it was going to maintain that single-family residential feel there, right? I mean, that's what I thought. And when I got done with that, and Nate, you were there on that walking tour, as was Renee Johanningmeyer, and I kept asking, what else do we need to do? What else do we need to change? And, there really wasn't a lot else to change other than just not to have them at all. And I respect that. But, as far as these transition zones go, it does maintain the look and the feel of the neighborhood. And it doesn't mean that some business is going to come and buy every single one of these houses and turn them all into businesses.
But they could.
They could. Yeah. But that doesn't mean that they're going to. So, I don't know, just some comments to kind of set the tone. But Brad, if you want to step in and make whatever comments, I think we'd all appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. For the record, Brad Munford with Community Economic Development. And I guess I'll start off by saying that those actually are great comments and questions. And frankly, they're questions and comments that I was kind of expecting. And that's simply because transitional zoning is kind of a new concept. It's a new thing. And so the reason that we're using it as a tool here is honestly because we listened to the community. We listened to what their concerns were about. One of the major concerns that we had when we met with neighborhood groups and we met with the community is that they were concerned that rents in Valley Junction for commercial businesses were going to become so large that the mom and pop businesses that were the foundation of Valley Junction would be basically priced out of the market. There's concern about big boxes or corporations coming in and being the only thing that can afford to be in Valley Junction. So how do we go about combating that? That's one thing that was presented to us along with TESCA. And I also have Aaron Sigliano with me from TESCA. So that was one thing that we were trying to address with this. The other thing we were trying to address is that with the development pattern in Valley Junction, we are missing one thing that we have in a lot of other parts of our community, and that's a buffer. A lot of times when we're dealing with development and we're dealing with land use, there's a built-in buffer that occurs. That buffer occurs through landscaping, and that buffer also occurs through the uses. There's a slow transition between those uses. We don't have that a lot of time in Valley Junction, so we end up having a very high intense use and or tall building or something of that nature right next to somebody's single family home. How do we kind of go about dealing with those sorts of things? So that's why you hear it in that name, transitional, to try to transition some of these things. To answer your question, Mr. McKinney, about why are we doing this here and not everywhere else in the community, I think it's kind of simple in a way. Valley Junction is unique. Valley Junction has kind of always been unique. Case in point, we have a zoning district called Valley Junction Single Family. That is a smaller zoning district just for that area, and that ties into the comprehensive plan. We have our Valley Junction Historical Business District, which is a district that is specifically for Fifth Street and nowhere else in the community. So we already have kind of a, respectfully, we already kind of have a precedent to treat Valley Junction differently so that it can continue to be the unique place that we know and love. So that's the reasons for that. Also, we wanted to, back to the first point, by allowing this transition zone, which has been used in other communities throughout the nation, what happens is that you allow for a single-family home or a structure that abuts right next to a heavy, more intense use to be used for a smaller, more or less intense commercial use. We're talking about your beauty shops, your insurance companies. And those examples are actually seen already in Valley Junction. We have Chris's Modern Homes, I believe, is kind of an example of that. When we go up closer to Vine Street, you can kind of see on Fifth Street, we have, there's an insurance company that's there. There's some finance things that are going there. There's some accounting. So that land use and that pattern is already in the area. All we're doing is we're saying, instead of it being sprinkled just here and there, let's strategically place it so that it can be used as a buffer and that we can also kind of support the rents and allow for a place where smaller businesses can start and that they're not priced out.
Brad, how are you going to control the rents when somebody can buy one of these properties, tear down the house, build something that looks like a house but operates as an office, could be two-story, and with the cost of construction, what are your rents going to be?
Well, you're right. We can't go in and specifically force somebody to rent something different. But the thing that we can do is work with the concept of supply and demand. Right now, we have a limited supply of commercial businesses that are on Fifth Street. There is a list a mile long, if not longer, of other smaller businesses that would like to be down there. We're not talking about the Targets and the Walmarts. We're talking about smaller businesses that want to be down there. That is a supply and a demand thing that by adding a little bit more of controlled supply, we can then try to attempt to do something. The exact example that you gave us, we cannot force somebody to do their rent. I'm not going to say that we can do that, but what we can do is create enough supply or a little bit more supply so that that demand can be brought down just a little bit. And that's what we're looking at here with Transitional.
So you eliminate the affordable single-family starter homes for the benefit of businesses. What sense does that make?
No, no homes are being eliminated.
They could be. By allowing this, they could be eliminated. I'm not saying that tomorrow these houses are getting bulldozed, but they could start to be.
They could be, and another way to look at it respectfully is that we are taking somebody that owns a piece of property, owns a home, and created value for them. And so they have a property now that can be used as their home and they can stay there. Or if they want to start up their own small business, they can do that. Or if they want to sell, they may be able to sell it for a higher value in that way. We did start off, and I will point out, we did start off with a more robust, larger transitional area. And we did hear a lot of the concerns that you brought up. And through that, staff and Tesco, we did reduce it down by more than 50%. And we placed it in specific strategic areas where it would create the least amount of issue.
That's because you don't live there.
Kevin, do you have more? Okay. I want to, I guess, understand that a little bit better. A couple of things here. First, Councilman Trevelyan says single-family homes could be eliminated if this is adopted. And so let's talk about let's say a hypothetical home in the area that is in this transitional zone. today it's a residential home, okay? Under our current guidelines, could that residential home be converted into a business?
Current guidelines mean before you approve tonight.
Let's say this does not move forward. Okay, so that home that Councilman Trevelyan is talking about, single-family home.
Yes.
If this doesn't move forward, can that single-family home be transitioned into a business?
No.
On Fifth Street, the 500 block right now, it could be.
Right, those properties that are on those single-family homes that are within the Valley Junction Business District currently, they do allow for businesses to be ran out of a residential structure, which again is, we're just pulling from that example that's already there.
I can appreciate that, but I also appreciate your answer, and I have concern. I mean, we're buying homes now and renovating them and doing it with the intent of more residents being there, and it seems like on the one hand, we want that, and then on the other hand, now we're creating an opportunity for them to be eliminated. And it just, it doesn't feel right. And with respect to the zoning, Valley Junction is absolutely unique, and I guess that's why it's, you know, we spend a lot of time talking about how we can do certain things down there. But I don't, in my mind, an area being unique doesn't necessarily mean it shouldn't be part of a comprehensive plan. If this is that important, we shouldn't be piecemealing our approach to zoning or land uses. It should be comprehensive. It's for me, it's intended to be comprehensive. It's in the name. And right now it's not comprehensive. It's non-comprehensive plan. And you talked about, you know, they have their specific zoning down there. But when we bring this new comp plan to this unique area, are we going to do anything in the comp plan for this unique area?
The intent is that this master plan is going to be incorporated into that comprehensive plan. The Development Services Department, from my understanding, they're going to be going through and assigning land uses with this. As a part of this process, and I didn't get a chance to kind of go through all of that, but we will be coming back with the zoning for this master plan. And along with that, we will also be coming back with the land use portion that ties in with that comprehensive plan. So that comprehensive work is going to happen, and it's going to happen as a part of it. This is going to dovetail together. This is just the design guidelines we are dealing with. So we're not ignoring the comprehensive plan, and we already have been working with Development Services to blend those two things together.
Okay. Is it possible to do the design guidelines and not the transition zones so that at some point in time, when you say that we will be coming back with the zoning for the master plan, and we'll be coming back with the land use portion, at that point in time, as part of a comprehensive plan, we can include those pieces and the design guidelines, a very big portion of this, continue to move forward?
You could, yes.
I guess at that point in time, the only question that I would have of Dick, and I can't remember, so this was approved 5-0 with Commissioner Hatfield abstaining at the P&Z. Does the supermajority of the council, if the council were to, let's say, vote this down, does the council need to vote this down with a supermajority vote, or does that not apply here?
I don't think that would apply. This isn't part of it didn't come through P&Z as a comprehensive plan amendment.
Yeah.
It came through as a master plan, so that's
Okay.
separate.
So the supermajority vote does not apply?
Right, not as the master plan coming through.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, Matt, do you have any other questions?
I guess I just want to emphasize a point that I want to have these guidelines. I have concerns about the transition, and I can't support this at this point. I'd love to see it bifurcated. We bifurcated the comp plan. Why can't we bifurcate this? The comprehensive plan is a much bigger document. That you look at that document, it says, this is a vision for the city. This is so important. And we're willing to bifurcate that, but we can't bifurcate this? I think it makes sense to do that, and that's what I would like to do, but I understand you have a motion.
I think just, Clyde, you want to share something, and I'll share a thought.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Go ahead, Clyde.
I guess one distinction, Clyde Evans, Community Economic Development Director. One, I think, distinction I want to make is that these are design guidelines. So absent, and the only place we have design guidelines right now is for the historic business district. So any zoning that's out there right now on areas that aren't covered by the guidelines, then you could see development happen on those pieces that may not be what we want to see happen. So the guidelines were meant to, give us some protection for how development could occur. Because right now, if something came in on a piece of property that wasn't covered by the design guidelines we've already adopted, then we're faced with a situation that you may get something that you're not wanting to see happen.
And Clyde, I appreciate that approach. I'd like to see the guidelines, as I understand it here, move forward, but not the transition zones.
Because like the transition zones at this point are single family, right?
No, not all of them. No.
The only, okay, what's not? Because I know the 500 block of Fifth Street is Historic Valley Junction Business District. Does that not have the building guidelines of the 100 block of Fifth?
No.
Okay.
Not 500 block does
But in
not.
40 years or 50 years, it hasn't developed. I don't think it's going to develop in a month.
You've seen multiple properties within that 500 block that have redeveloped. For instance, where the old Scott shop was, that was a redevelopment parcel. Across the street,
And it fits
that
the
was a
area.
redevelopment parcel. So, and then there have been houses that have been converted to commercial uses. Go ahead.
Okay,
Hi, I just,
go ahead, sorry.
Erin Sigliano with Tesco Associates. I just wanted to lay a bit of foundation to kind of help what decision is made this evening. On the screens, you should be seeing an overview of the section of the transitional district. And just to set a few baseline elements, to reinforce what Brad stated, based on the community outreach that was done in April, additional meetings were added, and that's why we scaled back the district to the geography that you see. It's generally where these naturally occurring neighborhood uses already are. They're fairly common in historic neighborhoods because people did work from their homes, and so you kind of have that interspersal in a lot of historic districts. The current zoning does currently allow for up to 3 stories and a commercial flat roof. The guidelines really want to seek to ensure the neighborhood look and feel to things. So to require the pitch roof, to make sure that it's no more than 30 feet, 2 stories tall. That was something that we really connected with the community on, that everything is very articulated. In terms of the uses, which gets into the next phase of codifying the guidelines, which isn't what we're focusing on tonight, but to lay that groundwork, we also honed in on what was appropriate. This is a neighborhood setting. We are very mindful of that and connected extensively on what type of uses would be appropriate there. Single family is the predominant focus, and as part of the codification, we're looking at artist studios, Pilates, those type of low impact. There would be hours and restrictions. Again, that's down the line. A lot of folks noted the idea of bed and breakfasts. Those would require special oversight. Apartments are not permitted. That's not something that was something that was discussed and was removed. You can see here a lot of the restrictions: no drive-throughs, no restaurants or cafes, no outdoor storage, no intense commercial uses. Again, getting at the fact that we want to ensure that this is that neighborhood setting. And finally, in terms of just hitting on some of the design aesthetics, I know that you had brought up the flat roofs and some of the inconsistencies of newer development. And so in outlining these guidelines, we wanted to be sure to document what is already occurring, and as part of our visual preference survey that had hundreds of responses, we had folks vote on what images really resonated as appropriate. So you see here the buildings that don't look residential or front-facing garages, which really take away and detract from the neighborhood setting, the walkability, as well as what folks would like to see moving forward. And highly consistent with that was the development that is there, porches that really enhance the walkability and neighborhood feel to things, dormers, and also elements that are very specific to the time period that many of the structures were built. They're intimate, and we know this is an affordable housing focus for the city at large. So I just wanted to run through these visuals to kind of give a sense of, one, that the guidelines are working to actually strengthen that neighborhood focus versus flat roofs and commercial-looking structures. But the codification element is coming at a later phase. So as Clyde noted, these are guidelines. They celebrate the look, the feel, the standards of that aesthetic and materials. And that codification of the uses is what is being drafted.
So can you go back to what's not allowed, that
Yeah.
slide that's not allowed? I just want to make sure I understand. So no drive-throughs, no restaurants or cafes, no outdoor storage, no apartments. I mean, what can go here? I
Sure.
mean, the look and the feel is going to be single-family residential with front porches and all that.
Absolutely.
So I'm gathering that the look and the feel of this is going to be the same as it is today,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
So then what can go in there? A dentist office, a accounting office?
So the examples highlighted here are what are typical, and what we did was we looked at a lot of case studies of what is typical in neighborhood uses. You have to be very mindful of those. So in addition to the single-family residential being the primary element, it's artist and maker studios, a jewelry maker working out of their house, personal service, salon, barber, shoe repair, and then indoor recreation. Again, these are examples that
Okay,
will be further
okay.
defined in the PUD, but you get the overall kind of vibe that this needs to jive with the neighborhood setting, and that's going to be really central to what the uses are as part of that PUD that's drafted.
Okay, I appreciate it. All right, maybe a couple more questions from the council. I want to go to anybody that is here that would like to address the council on this item. So anybody else in the council has any questions, concerns, comments? Go ahead, Renee.
Councilman Trevilian, you had spoken of some of these zones and a concern that this would open the door to single-family homes being torn down. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes.
But if I'm hearing you correctly, these are guidelines, so we are not codifying any ability to do that. I'm a little confused as to which one it is.
We are not advocating for any sort of tear downs. It's as development naturally occurs in the future, which happens, that these guidelines can promote pitched roof in the place of flat roofs, that they guide development in the way that we've heard the community and steering committee and the workshops voice that they'd like to see the direction.
Oh, sure. I didn't think you were advocating for any sort of tear downs at all.
It was in I want to say April, we actually did a dedicated mailing to all the residences, held a few other meetings, because this was a concern. People were concerned about tear downs, and that's absolutely not the intent of the design guidelines. It's to provide a tool so it can provide direction.
But Greg, to clarify that though, okay?
Please do.
Maybe nobody's advocating that a house gets bought and torn down. My point being is, and Aaron, if you could fast forward to some of those house-looking offices. No, the new one. Okay, I guess over here. This would be a new one, right, on the left?
So the one
Okay.
on the right's existing.
The one on the right is an existing. It is a house that's been there forever that somebody converted into an office, okay? Now, these on the left, this is what would look like if somebody bought a house and tore it down to build then an office.
This
So
is-
maybe it's not advocating,
This
but
is
it's
just an
open up the opportunity that doesn't exist today for these neighborhoods to have the single-family houses bought, torn down, or even just converted into offices versus single-family residences, which is the affordable housing in West Des Moines.
So my question comes down to whether or not what we're doing this evening will fundamentally mark a switch from this cannot happen right now to, in a couple minutes, if we vote yes, it can happen right now? Or is this just the guideline stage? That's more where I'm a little bit puzzled, and I'm not sure exactly which is the correct answer at this moment.
The guidelines focus on the visual built recommendations of aesthetics and standards. The codification of what's allowed, getting into the zoning element, is not necessarily the focus for tonight. And if the next steps are that that's a component that should not be moved forward with as part of the PUD, that's something that we would, that would be part of the zoning language.
You can specifically define your uses in your zoning PUD, but this is a guideline to incorporate into those types of uses you choose.
But, okay,
There would be.
Hold on, Renee, let's go to Renee.
Okay, thank you. I just want to ask a couple questions, and maybe I'm confused. Is this the work that the committee has worked months and months and months on, many of which are sitting in the room here today, that we celebrated approving, we celebrated going through all of this? And I don't know about anyone on this dais, maybe outside of Trevilian, who sat through hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of meetings. Is this not the work of what the steering committee did and approved? I'm confused. We're sitting here, and should we go back to this committee again and go back to do all the work that we've done before? I mean, honestly, we've been at this for over a year and a half or so. And at some point, the work of what this committee did, all different views, and they came prepared, armed with lots of comments, suggestions, and thoughts. Now, if this is something different than what we've done, then let me know. But I think a lot of people put a heck of a lot of work and effort into this collaborative, up and down, lots of comments phase of a process that we celebrated at least progress. Maybe not perfection, but sometimes you get progress over perfection. So my comment is, am I confused? Is this the work of so many people that spent so many hours, night and night, of putting together these recommendations? And we considered ourselves, while everybody did not get what they want, we considered ourselves having moved the needle a little bit toward progress versus perfection.
100%.
That's all I want to say tonight. For the record, no matter how this vote goes out, let the record show that there was a group of people that spent tons and tons of hours on this.
We were trying to be mindful of the agenda. We had, as you can see, I'm flipping through slides. We had many slides prepared in case there's questions. This is that document. This does reflect 600 plus insights, and the Planning and Zoning Commission noted it's way more than 30 plus hours of discussion by the stakeholders, the committee, the community. 420 workshop participants. This is that document. So this is the voice and the vision.
Excuse me if it doesn't get approved tonight for all the work that everybody has put into this.
I got one. This has been litigated over and over and over again. It's an important issue, it's an important topic, but it's had a lot of discussion, no doubt about it. Okay, we're going to go to Doug. Who else wants to talk? Is there anybody else in the council wants to talk on this?
Yes.
You do, Doug, anybody else? Anybody else? Because we're going to go to Doug, we're going to go to Matt, and then we're going to go to anybody in the audience that wants to address us on this.
I have one question. I don't know who it's for, maybe Dick or Tom or somebody, but so we've established that these are guidelines. If somebody wants to tear down a building and build something that's not within the guidelines, we're going to get a second look at that at a council meeting, right? We got to approve a site plan and all that?
Not of a doubt. Absolutely.
If it's a business, it would be a site plan. I don't know how these guidelines are going to be actually incorporated as far as they're simply that, right? They're like an overlay that guide the direction. They don't actually require that.
These guidelines are not a license for anybody to go do whatever they want to do down there, right?
Correct.
That's right.
Okay, that's all I wanted. Thank you.
Okay, going to Matt, and then we're going to go to anybody in the audience who'd like to address the council. Go ahead, Matt.
Okay, pretty basic thing here, because I've heard two answers now to the same identical issue. I asked a question. I said, if this does not get passed tonight, can a home be converted into a business in this transitional zone? And Brad, I heard you say, no, they couldn't. And then, okay.
Okay. I think Brad maybe misunderstood what you said, because if there is a property right now that's zoned commercial,
Yeah.
and it's not covered by the guidelines that we've already adopted, not particularly like the 500 block, somebody could go in there and convert that property to a commercial use.
Of course, because it's currently commercial.
If it's a single family home in that 500 block, and somebody wanted to convert it to a business, they could.
Okay, maybe I'll ask it this way then. Is there anything in the transitional zone that's currently zoned residential?
Yeah, there was a couple of places.
Okay.
Probably over on 4th Street side.
Okay, so,
And 6th.
so let's say you've got an area currently zoned residential. If this transition zone is, and if it's currently zoned residential, it could not be torn and a business go in under the law today. Is that accurate?
That would be correct.
Okay, so under the law today, residential area, can't tear it down, put up a business. Now, if this is passed, and specifically the transitional zone piece, and that same property that's currently zoned residential, okay, now we're going to move it into the transitional zone that's here, could that house be torn down and a business go up?
Not with these guidelines, because we don't have the zoning in place to, basically the companion piece to the guidelines. So right now, you would still have, if we adopt the guidelines that we're proposing, nothing really changes as far as zoning until we bring forward the PUD that we're going to do for this area, okay?
Okay, but we're putting this transitional zone concept that's part of this item on the council agenda is enabling that step, right?
Yes. Correct.
Okay, so we're enabling the ability. We're going to take some future steps, but this is the first step to allow that single-family home that's there today that could not be changed under the law today. We're taking a step to allow that single-family home to be torn down and a business go in that spot.
This would allow them to do whatever we adopt as far as the zoning ordinance.
Yep. So I appreciate that, Clyde, and I know you've spent a lot of time on it. And Renee, to your point, I know you spent a lot of time on it. And to this,
What I'm elected to do.
yes.
So, but I, the will of the committee as well. I mean, yeah, we all did in some way, whether you were at a meeting or not, you read that. So I'm not complaining about that, because I was asked to be on that, whether people wanted me or not, I was there.
And I'm acknowledging that work. I'm not saying.
Yeah, and I understand that, but I'm saying also is that it's this process went through a process of lots of different stakeholders that at the end of the day seal the deal.
Okay, are those stakeholders united? Is there a 100% agreement?
There is not
When is there 100%
Well, that's what
agreement on anything we do as a city?
and-
There wasn't 100% agreement on the comp plan.
Yep.
It was 4-1.
I guess my,
So I don't seek 100% approval. We seek consensus building and what's in the greater good.
Yep.
Never ever we sit on this thing, am I ever going to look as a goal of 100%? Otherwise, I don't think we need a council.
I'm not either, but to suggest that we shouldn't adopt it because there was all this work and the committee did all the work, I mean, we have to acknowledge that there were differences of opinion on the committee then. Okay. When I took
But we formed the committee to help make the recommendation to this council, which also P&Z approved. So otherwise, I mean, that's what they were, that is what they were chartered to do.
And I think that's great. I'm glad they did, and I'm glad we're there. Frankly, I'm supportive of a lot of the concepts in here, but there are some concepts that I have concern about. And when I did a walking tour down there, one of the things that was discussed was, is there language, and I guess, Clyde or Brad or others that are involved, one of the things that was discussed is, for the example, the hypothetical I just talked about, where the single-family zoning, that we would include some language about a preference, about a couple of additional steps that somebody would have to take before a tear down would occur to incentivize folks to keep the home a single-family home. Is there anything in here that puts a barrier or makes it more of an incentive for somebody to keep that single-family home that's in that single-family zoned residential neighborhood a single-family home as opposed to tear down? Just one example was somebody said, hey, before you do that, you got to list it for 90 days. Is there anything in this document there to kind of preserve it?
Again, these are guidelines that deal with the appearance and the function. That specific question that you're asking about, it did come up. It has been noted by staff and also by the consultants. as something that we would possibly put into the actual codification, the zoning code. That's a performance standard that you're asking for, that we're talking about, and we're not to that stage yet. And if that's something, and that actually it's something that was discussed by the steering committee, and it's something that can be added, but this document is not necessarily the piece. And again, if that's something that you would like to have added to it, we'll be more than happy to do it. But generally speaking, that's included more in the zoning language.
Great. Thank you, Brad.
Okay, with that, I'm going to ask anybody from the audience who would like to address the council on this item. Ralph, come on up, give us your name and address for the record. And I'm going to ask that everybody keep it to 3 minutes or less. So please make your points.
Thank you very much. My name is Ralph Haskins. I live at 729 5th Street, and I sat on the committee. Just a couple of points. Matt, we started out with a much larger transitional zone that was recommended by the company that we had hired as a consultant. And that was throttled down substantially to maybe a third of what the original recommendations were.
Absolutely.
As those of you that know me know I'm a little bit of a skeptic. And so I took the opportunity to go to Mansfield, Texas to see what this looked like.
Oh my goodness.
And I got to talk to the neighbors and talk to the business owners in the transitional zone. In the transitional zone, the street that I went on, there was a real estate company, a broker, and there was a law office. Granted, it could be seedy people coming in. And so I talked to them, and there were a couple of interesting things. One, they had to have a commitment to the flavor of the neighborhood because they had to meet commercial codes to update these houses. So they had to spend a lot of money to fix them up. So it's not just going to happen overnight, because you're not going to come in and run through there and just knock these houses down, because they have to meet commercial standards. They had to have ADA compliance, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The concept here we're looking at is enriching the community and the lifestyles that we have down there. I live on 5th Street. I love walking down to Valley Junction and getting a beer, having dinner, going shopping, meeting my neighbors. And it's really a wonderful opportunity to just enjoy something like this, which would be similar to the traditional neighborhood designs, which developers today, I think you would agree, they're really embracing across the entire country. Celebration City at Disney is an example of that. And it's transitional style. I guess you would call it a transitional design, the traditional neighborhood development. So, not all of us agreed on a lot of things, but there was a lot of time spent as a committee, as Renee had said, and we had reached a consensus. And so this was a negotiated consensus to come up with the size of the transitional zones. We had a lot of other things that we changed too, to reflect the flavor of what the people that maybe weren't necessarily in the majority wanted to have. And so I think it was a good working committee. I wasn't happy with everything that happened, but overall it's really, really well done. We had an incredible consultant, and I have to admit I was really impressed with the city staff. They're very accessible. They would meet with you one-on-one. They would answer questions for you. They came prepared, and I think they did a great job. So I support this as it stands. I voted for it. So Thank you very much.
Appreciate your comments, Ralph. Anybody else like to address the council? Jennifer.
Jennifer Hampton, 541 16th Street. My question is, the backlog of retail...
Hey, Jennifer, if you could ask
Sorry,
it here, because then
I
we
was
can hear you.
trying to ask Brad if
Okay.
The backlog of retail requests for space are actually retail, or are they doctor's offices, dentists, insurance companies? Because that's what's going to be in those houses.
Right.
And how is that going to enrich our area and make it so wonderful?
I could answer that part, but I'll let Brad come up if he's, where is Brad?
And just like Doug said about the funding, just because funding is available, we don't have to take it. Just because there's houses and space in that area, we don't have to use it for money making.
Sure. Okay, Brad, do you want to address that?
Yeah, real shortly. Obviously, I don't have the list right here, but I've participated in a number of different discussions with the Valley Junction Foundation. They get phone calls all the time, emails all the time. Steve get from businesses looking to be in this area. Valley Junction is a hot market right now, and people would like to be there. On top of that, we can just look at just the retail catalog itself. Buildings down in Valley Junction are being sold without even being put on the market. They're not spending one day on the market. They're being sold before, so that in itself shows you how hot and how much people would like to be down in that area. So I don't know exactly if there's doctors and lawyers and things of that nature, but we do know that there's a demand.
But if I'm correct, Steve, maybe this is a question for you. Isn't the desire of Historic Valley Junction Business District to be retail rather than offices? I'll address that to Steve Freevert.
Well, I guess the thing is that we do have, you want to have retail there. And right now, as part of zoning code, and there's a push to have only retail on that first floor along Fifth Street. So that, again, is something that, some of these other businesses aren't necessarily allowed to kind of go there. And I guess Steve is here.
Steve, if you would indulge Kevin with answering his question.
Steve Freebird, Historic Valley Junction Foundation Executive Director. I looked this afternoon. In the last 15 months, I had 28 businesses contact me directly looking for space. Examples, bakery, retail, brew pub, several yoga studios. A number of them were anonymous office space. So does the Historic Valley Junction Foundation, have we passed a resolution saying we want restaurant and retail on Fifth Street? No, we have not. I think it's a strong area because of that, but we don't dictate what uses property owners rent to. I wish we could. I would love that power, but we don't have that. So we're more concerned that we have some buildings that continue to sit empty that could be used for better purposes. I would love to find a place for a lot of these people who are calling looking for space. We don't have it. And I think the transition zone, really it is almost two transition zones because we have the spaces, as Brad mentioned, on 4th and 6th, as well as the 500 block at 5th. And in a way that's very different. Some of the uses that are currently taking place in the 500 block of 5th, if you don't adopt design guidelines for that, then it's kind of in a no man's land. Anything goes because they do not fall under the design guidelines that we set from Railroad up to Locust. So, are you going to see buildings torn down, possible single-family homes torn down for businesses? Again, Aaron really did a good job addressing this. This is about the appearance, not the use. These are the design guidelines. And thanks to everybody in this audience and on the council who worked long and hard to get to this point. I also want to mention, it's not just about the transition district, because as you mentioned, reading off at the beginning a long time ago, that this also addresses some of the appearances of development that would take place along Railroad, light industrial, and other areas throughout the larger Valley Junction neighborhood.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Okay, out of respect for everybody's time, we're going to take a couple more people. I don't know if Nick or Nate or if somebody wants to talk. We're going to take a couple more people. Meredith, you come on up, and then we'll have Nate. And then we're gonna move on. We could go on for hours and hours. We already have gone on for hours and hours. We've got a couple other issues on the agenda. We've got an entire workshop with people that are here that want to speak to that feel just as passionately about this construction project on Ashworth, and they're waiting. So a couple more people, and then we're going to move on. Meredith, go ahead. Keep it to under 3 minutes if you can, please.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I think a big factor that we are forgetting in this transition zone is more housing as well, not apartments, but more mixed and multifamily housing opportunities in this. It's not going to be big scale apartments, but it's going to be a maximum of 4 units per property. And so with the way housing trends are going right now, with people buying first-time home ownership, they can't necessarily afford to buy a single-family home, but they want the opportunity to live in an area like Valley Junction. So maybe it's the smaller units or those mixed typologies, but it's a lower price point for them so they can still be a part of the community and still have a residence down there. To quote Main Street, Iowa, Main Street, Iowa districts have seen a surplus of demand in many communities between millennials and Gen Z residents who may not be financially positioned to purchase a home, or older generations wanting to downsize with a more active lifestyle. Main Street, Iowa districts attract more Gen Z and millennial residents. That these younger populations are supporting their communities. They're buying from the local businesses. So they're benefiting their communities and the local businesses. And also with housing trends shifting, so is retail and business and entrepreneurs. We are seeing an influx of micro entrepreneurs, and these would be great opportunities for them to go into the transition district because rents are increasing along Fifth Street now. We are seeing it full force. And so by some of these smaller businesses to be able to go into these micro business opportunities in the transition zone, they can start growing their business and then eventually maybe grow to the Fifth Street area. We can also activate some of the side streets as well too. I think the U.S. Census for 2021 saw 4.5 million additions and creations of small businesses, and that's a 56% increase over 2019. So people are starting small businesses more and more, and they are looking for communities like Valley Junction to go to. And like Steve said, we've had 25 businesses reach out to us in the last 15 months wanting to add their footprint to Valley Junction. So I think those are definitely considerations to think about as well.
All right, thank you, Meredith, appreciate it. Former Councilman Ted Omart, come on up, Ted, and then we're going to go to Nate. Nate, why don't you get...
Didn't come actually for the Valley Junction thing, but Ted Omart, 1026 31st Street. I've heard about what you're trying to do is transition a residential area into a business area, and retail, you're talking about converting houses. I haven't heard one comment about parking. So if you're going to transition a residential area into a commercial area and it's retail, based on the people are going to have a place to park if these businesses are going to be there. So are you conditioning that on they have to provide a certain amount of parking spaces based on the square footage or the type of business that's going in there? I haven't heard anything there, but it would be a concern of mine, okay, to see if many homes were transitioned into retail space, would there be adequate parking in the neighborhoods? Thank you.
Thanks, Ted, appreciate it. Parking's been a whole separate discussion in and of itself. We've done parking studies and you name it.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
we know we have to work on parking. That's something we definitely have to work on.
Do you want me to?
If you want to respond like
quickly.
20 seconds.
Yeah. The development guidelines do address the parking in terms of where if it's not located within a certain distance of a currently municipal lot, then they have to provide parking on site.
Okay, thank you, Clyde. That was helpful. Appreciate it. Nate.
Nate Hahn, 216 7th Street. We did go on a walking tour, and we discussed a lot of this, and I appreciate you guys taking the time and walking that with us. A lot of concerns were brought up, and the big one was trying to keep these houses residential. That is the big concern. We had spaces that were never utilized for what they could have been. 500 block of Fifth Street, I'm not advocating for that, but that same example goes for Railroad too. What they're not talking about is there's houses along Railroad that could have been used in the same manner. So now we're talking, there's probably, 20 houses that could have been utilized for this at any given moment, and there was never any development done in them. So the concern for the residents, when there's this big thing on the map, they're going, whoa, 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 we don't want all this. So they looked at this and said, well, the residents aren't very happy about this, let's scale this back. Well, here we are again, we're scaled back, but the same issue still applies. We didn't just erase it off the marker board or anything, it's still there, it's still screaming at us. Look at it from a resident's point of view. If I came out to your neighborhood and we wanted to put transitional right next to your house, would you be supportive of it? That's how we got to look at this. I understand what the business owners need. I respect that. It's great we're growing. But at the same day, we got to stop and look at what's good for the residents. That's what we're elected to do. is take care of business and the residents. I don't know if you got to go the extreme like Ashworth's doing and get red signs and go all the way down, up and down the streets to get our point across. That's a great idea, by the way. We should have done that too. But we've tried to make the point clear. I'm glad some of you are asking these hard questions, and I hope you really stop and think about this. Maybe approve everything as is for now and axe the transitional out of it, and let's come back and have another conversation. I'm a grown adult, and I can say when we failed, and I think this is one thing we failed at, and I think I would come back to the table and discuss this. I'd give up my free time to come do this again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Nate. I appreciate it. Like I said, this has been, there have been hours and hours and hours of discussion on this. And as I started off, thanking everybody, all the residents, the business owners, everybody that's given of their time to come talk under Citizens Forum, people that are part of the committee, all the committee work that was done by everybody, all the time that TESCA put into this, all the time that our staff put into this. This did come through the committee. It wasn't a unanimous vote in the committee. It came through P&Z unanimous with Hatfield abstaining. There's a lot of passion down in Valley Junction. People love Valley Junction and want to do everything they can to make it the best that it can possibly be. We've got 3 different housing programs going on down there to help beautify the homes and beautify the neighborhoods. We've got economic development programs down here to help the businesses. Everybody loves Valley Junction, is doing the best that they can. Sometimes we have to agree to disagree up here. There's been great discussion on this, and a lot of work has been done to this point. So,
Russ, there's one thing that's been missed over this whole thing. The 500 block of 5th Street. There was a petition submitted to this council several months ago that has never been acted on. That request was to take the commercial zoning and put it back to single-family residential, which the majority of those properties up there are. This council hasn't even acted at all on that, and I don't understand why. So I think that's one thing that's been missed over this whole discussion.
in my understanding is that discussion is coming. We're going to be talking about different zoning. This is just design guidelines, correct? So, okay, with that, please vote.
Well, Mayor, you mentioned that this is just design guidelines. It's not just design guidelines. It is enabling a transition zone conversation to occur. And that's my point. Carve off the transition zone, have the conversation, address things that have been brought up, consider the conversation we had about putting in place protections that give a preference to single family, putting in place protections that incentivize somebody to retain the home as opposed to sell it, and bring that portion back. Bring it back with the comp plan. Bring it back as part of a comprehensive discussion on zoning in our city, as opposed to piecemealing this out.
Okay. We've got a motion and a second on the table. We'll vote. If this fails, then I'll ask for another motion in a second.
Who made the motion?
Ryan, can you read back who made the motion?
Yeah, I got to scroll up a few pages.
Okay.
Motion by Hudson, second by Hardman.
That motion can be rescinded, though.
Mm-hmm. Okay. There's been a motion and a second. We'll vote. If this fails, then I'll take another motion in a second. Please vote.
Two yes, 3 no. Motion fails.
Okay, I will take another motion in a second.
Matt?
Go ahead, Matt.
I would, Mayor, move the portion related to design guidelines.
Okay.
And defer the portion related to transition zones until such time as that can be taken up as part of the comprehensive plan.
As
second.
The time that it be taken up with the comprehensive plan?
Correct.
Okay. And so I want to ask staff, at what point in time will we be dealing with a comprehensive plan in this area? We talking about a year and a half?
That's a Linda.
Any idea? I don't know if Lynn or Linda are online joining us.
Well, in terms of what we were planning to do was to come forward in the very near future, not a year and a half, with what the zoning should be on the properties based upon And then also looking at doing an amendment of the comprehensive plan, because zoning
Okay.
has to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. So
So we're
whatever
talking a year and a half.
We were going to sit, well, I wasn't planning on taking that long. I want to get this done before I retire, so.
Okay. Okay.
They had
And so
actually said by
Lisa's
the end of
our
the year, but they
intent
didn't think they
to
would
sit-
make that deadline.
Okay.
It was our intent to sit down with Development Services and work through this area in terms of what is the appropriate land use designation based upon the comprehensive plan that was recently adopted.
Okay, and what does it mean if these design guidelines are not put in place at this point in time and during that time?
If the design guidelines aren't put in place, then somebody can come in and do something based on what the current zoning is
Okay.
and not have to follow the design guidelines other than the area where we've already adopted them.
So there will be no design guidelines in place between now and whenever we address this with the comprehensive plan?
Correct, other than the
Okay.
Fifth Street area that we've already adopted.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Given that comment, is that a concern to you? What was just stated about there's no design guidelines for those other portions until that's adopted? Is
The
that
only
a concern?
portion that
to you?
applies to is the 500 block, and again, we've got a petition out there that's signed by a strong majority of the residents that say they want to go back to residential, so I think we need to address that one, not wait
Well, I
for
would
the
like to point
comprehensive
out
plan,
that
because we need to listen to what the residents want, not what we think is best for them.
I would like to point out that as far as our research up to this point in time has been able to ascertain, that area has never been zoned residential. It's always been commercial or industrial.
Okay, so we
I ask that you go back and look at the records, because I would question, why are they single-family houses if it was never residential?
All right. Clyde, in your free time, go back and look at those records, if you will, and report back to us. All right, with that, there is a motion and a second. Please vote. The motion is basically, we're going to not pass this, we're going to defer this until such time that we come back and do the comprehensive plan.
No, that is not
That
what
wasn't the
Matt said.
motion.
Okay, restate the motion, Matt.
The motion is we would approve the design guidelines
Okay?
and delay the portion of this related to transition zones until the time that we take up the comprehensive plan.
Okay. So we will have design guidelines in place. We will not have anything in regard to a transition zone.
Correct.
And no guidelines in place at that time for that either.
Matt, this is bifurcating.
It very much is. Yes,
All right.
this is bifurcating. I'd say move forward the provisions that will enhance the protections to ensure we have design guidelines in place.
Okay?
With respect to items related to transition zone, delay that conversation until we have the comprehensive plan discussion.
Okay.
So let me just, go ahead.
And I just want to make sure that that comprehensive plan discussion is about a year or so out, year and a half or so out.
That's my understanding.
Oh, okay. Just want to know.
It's a little extended. My understanding is they'd like to have it, they first said not too long ago they wanted to have it by the end of the year, but they don't think that deadline is realistic.
Yeah.
So
Hit
I
your
would
mic,
say
hit your mic, Vic, so people can hear you.
perhaps 6 months, I can't say, but I'm guessing it's going to be less than a year. That's about all I can offer.
Okay.
So I'm going to play devil's advocate here. By doing this, we're exposing those transition zones to tear down and reconstruction, right? In a way that we may not want to have happen as a community.
Well, yes, under the current zoning, they can do that. I mean,
And they can do it even after tonight with the current motion in the transition zone. So, and they could do that even with the design. We're going to see these things again before anything happens. So that's why I'm okay with it either way, because there's going to be a site plan submitted to do something. There's going to be those things.
What we will not have is design guidelines within the transition zone. So somebody could tear
Right.
down a house in the transition zone.
Yes.
Can they not do that right
If
now?
I have any
And in
inkling
the
of
interim-
that, if I have any inkling of wanting to do that, I'm going to accelerate those plans now.
Right.
So why don't we incorporate the design guidelines, because the 500 block is currently historic Valley Junction business, is that correct? Okay, so why not just take what we put in the 100 block for guidelines and put that in the 500 block as well? That protects us at this point. And then we study the transition zones. Doesn't that make sense?
Well, there was concern about having like a heavier commercial continue up into that 500 block. That was one of the things that we were trying to address. is you don't necessarily want to have kind of like, the Google buildings and things like that happening in the 500 block. That was another reason for the transitional. We didn't want to have the 3-story buildings that are allowed currently in the VJHB.
But if we've got the design guidelines, that wouldn't happen.
That's correct, yeah.
But you're not going
That's
to
my
have them
point.
for a year now.
But that's what I'm saying, though, is if we take those guidelines that we've incorporated already for the 100 and 200 block and extend it to the 500 block, at this point, takes care of that, and then we go back to Matt's point and study, does it make sense then to make that 500 block, which is the historic Valley Junction Business District, does it make sense to make that a transition zone or put it to single-family houses?
Councilman Trevilian, I'm not prepared to have that robust discussion tonight.
I know, I think we can talk about it in 2
And that's
weeks.
certainly something to think about. When it comes to Councilman McKenney's motion, I am planning on voting yes on it. I also voted no on the prior motion, but I want to be clear on why. Councilman Trevilian asked the question, or stated something that I was unaware of, or I had forgotten, about a petition on the 500th block of 5th Street. I had forgotten about that. The Mayor Trumbull, you had said, that's coming soon to us. That's coming, we're going to be learning more about that, finding out more, addressing that in the near future. And so if we are addressing that in the near future, then I was unwilling to move forward on this transitional zone plan while that petition is coming forward in the near future. So I wanted to be specific on why that no vote was. Now, I'm planning on voting yes on your motion, Councilmember McKenney, with the understanding that we could bring this up earlier if we so choose, even if it's not perfectly aligned with the comp plan. I know that's what your motion says, but if the conversation about these transition zones moves in a speedier way, perhaps we could bring that forth a little bit quicker. I'm not sure how you feel about Councilmember McKenney.
He'd have to amend his motion.
Yep.
I don't know how he'd do that.
No, I know, but I'm just throwing that out there just for understanding that.
You could say no later than the comp plan consideration.
Sure.
Defer to no later than.
Matt wants to amend it, he can do that. You have to take back the second and then amend your motion.
But I will still vote yes on it, understanding that, hey, we can still readdress something earlier if we choose to. Is that correct, Mr. Mayor?
You can if he wants to amend his motion to state that, essentially.
No, even if the motion goes through, we could, in 4 weeks, if all of us wanted to bring it back, we could do that, could we not?
We could, but we'd be going against the motion that we're approving tonight, that we won't take this up until that time.
Okay.
So,
I would prefer to see it all occur at once. It's more comprehensive in nature.
Okay.
If there's unanimous support to do this, we all work together, hey, I'm not unreasonable. I want to be reasonable about it, but that's how I'd say it.
All right, we got a motion, a second on the table. Please vote.
You got it. 4 yes, 1 no.
Okay, that is approved. We now move on to item 7F. Terminate the Iowa Clinic Urban Renewal Area, terminate the development agreement with Iowa Clinic West Lakes 1 LLC, and conduct the first reading to repeal TIF ordinance. So we've got a resolution terminating the Iowa Clinic Urban Renewal Area and Development Agreement and an ordinance for the first reading to repeal the TIF ordinance. We need to take those separate. Can I get a motion to approve the resolution terminating the Iowa Clinic?
Second. Motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, please vote.
Five yes.
Okay, now we've got an ordinance for the first reading to repeal the TIF ordinance.
Motion for consideration of the first reading?
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, hearing none, please vote.
Five yes, an ordinance repealing ordinance number 2366, providing for the division of taxes levied on taxable property in the Iowa Clinic Urban Renewal Area in the city of West Des Moines pursuant to section 40319 of the Code of Iowa.
Motion to approve the first reading?
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, please vote.
5 yes.
Okay, item 8, receive, file, and/or refer. We've got no items under item 8. Item 9, other matters. Are there any other matters that any council person would like to bring up at this time? Okay, hearing none, we are going to adjourn into our workshop on Ashworth Road. We're adjourned. Okay, why don't we take just 3 minutes, 3-minute break, and we're going to start this workshop. Just to tell you the format of this workshop, we're going to have staff come up and give a presentation. After the staff gives a presentation, we're going to have question and answer from the council, and then we're going to open up to the audience.
Pull out that other one. That's in the way.
I know. I respect
Can I close this right?
Yeah. Well, if you wouldn't mind opening the gates. I don't think so. I never gave the work fee. Take the elevator up. Or you could get to go around if you want. Actually, if you wouldn't mind getting them and bringing them back down to me, that way I don't have to go back up and lock up after this is over. Yeah. You wouldn't mind doing that? You have the shared screen already up?
I don't know anything about that. This is what I want everybody to see it.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's a fairly area bike shop.
If we have a PowerPoint for the audience, how do we get that get floated in? I'm not sure if it's going to be open to that, but the city councilman told me that would be fine, so. Okay. Yeah, we can load one up, and then if he allows it to be presented, then we can do that. You have the flash right here? Yeah. You have one Is this yours?
That's mine.
Oh, no, okay.
Yeah, record right
Not sure what. I'm not seeing that one even showing up. You know what, how about, if he allows it, we'll bring it up, because I think we'll have to plug it in one of these that already has one in there. So we can get it pulled up at that time. Just have them ready to go. Is this yours or yours? That one's it. Okay. Mine's right here. Okay. Yeah, just have them handy. If you guys bring it up, we'll get it pulled up at that time.
Mine could actually come out. I copied it.
Well, we'll leave it as is.
So, so that's 2 feet for each lane. So they go from 9 feet to the next.
Well, you're going to have another 4 feet on those 2 lanes.
All right, out of respect for everybody's time, I appreciate everybody that's been sitting here throughout this entire meeting and listening to a robust discussion on Valley Junction, very important issue, and all the ins and outs of that, and I expect this will be just as exciting here tonight. So I want to start out by just kind of walking through how this is going to go. And I want to start out by saying we have all received your emails, your communications, both pro and con on this issue. We have been trying the best we can as a council to listen, hear what you have to say, take it all in and absorb it, and we look forward to a robust discussion tonight. We're going to have staff. Brian Hemeseth, our city engineer, is going to present and kind of go through the ins and outs of the project, lay out all the facts here. After that, we're going to have some question and answer between council and staff, and then we're going to open it up to the public. And I'm going to ask that everybody, out of respect for everyone's time that wants to talk tonight, a couple things. Number one, 3 minutes or less for everybody here. Number two, please do not, I don't want to hear just a ton of repeating. Before I open it up to the audience, I'm going to ask for people to stand to hear whether you're for the road project or against the road project, for the trail, against the trail, so I can see, who's here and who's in favor and who's opposed. Okay? Brian, take it away.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Very good. I think the mayor did a fine job of explaining why we're here. I am Brian Hemeseth. I'm the city engineer. And he also went through what we're going to do for the workshop tonight. Actually, Nate Hardesty from Shive Hattery is going to do a majority of the presentation. It'll be a little bit of repeat for those that came to the meeting, a little bit of repeat for the Public Services Committee, Councilman McKinney and Councilman Trevilian, so you've seen a lot of this before. But we thought it was important to lay out all the facts so that the city council can make an informed decision on how the staff should move forward. And that is the one thing I ask, is that get your questions answered tonight, because we would like a direction on how to move forward, no matter what the direction is. So,
And Brian, before you get it, I'd like to make one more comment.
Sure thing.
We are going to give time for people that want to speak to come to the microphone and speak. I don't want to have people yelling stuff out from the audience, pro or con. I don't want to have clapping or booing or people just yelling stuff from the ninth row. Please be respectful of everybody here tonight and speak when it's your turn to speak, okay? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll mention that all the meetings we've had so far, folks have been respectful.
Yep, and we've had, what, 3 workshops?
I appreciate that from everybody.
We've had 3 public...
Three public meetings. And, it's been very good discussion, and
I agree.
I hope that continues here tonight. So, let's see, what am I missing? So I want to lay it out real quickly, the things that have been contentious throughout this whole thing, and I want to make sure you understand what it is that we're wanting direction on. There has been some discussion on we're going from 4 lanes, 4, 9, and 10-foot lanes to 3 12-foot lanes, and that is across the entire stretch from 1st to 50th. And we had to get that because we needed to figure that out before we started this first portion from 19th to 23rd. And then there's also been some discussion on how wide the lanes need to be in this 3-lane cross-section. So that's another thing that will come up tonight. We'll talk about it. I'm sure there'll be folks in the audience talking about it. So that's something that we need to make sure we have clear direction on. And the last is the multi-use trail, and whether that is constructed as a part of this project or it is not. And those are the things I just wanted to plant the seed, so that as you're watching this, you're pulling in all the information you need to make that decision. So with that, I'm going to stop talking and I'm going to turn it over to Nate Hardesty, and he's going to run you through the project.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Mayor and Council. As Brian said, my name is Nate Hardesty. I'm a civil engineer with Shive Hattery. I'm going to try to get through this as quick as we can to respect everybody's time, but I do want to lay out the facts of where we are today. So we're going to talk about a few things, what the existing conditions are, what our recommendations are, so you know what those are before we get into the details. And then after the recommendations, we're going to back up and talk about the need for change, the benefits. With any change, there's some pros and cons, so we're going to talk about those drawbacks, what guidance is out there and how we got to where we are today, what else was considered, and then you've already kind of touched on the public meeting, and we'll go over just the history of that briefly. So what's out there today? Ashworth Road, 4-lane, minor arterial. We'll touch more about what that means in a little bit, but 4-lane street, sidewalks on both sides, some photos of it. You're all familiar and have seen this, I'm sure. So existing roadway configuration. The lanes out there today are narrow, as Brian mentioned. This particular portion is between 19th and 23rd. That's the first construction project to go due to the pavement condition. But narrow lanes. Other parts of the corridor lanes are still narrow. Some places are a little bit wider, 10 feet. Sidewalk on both sides, lots of utilities underground. As Brian mentioned, the plan to change to is 3 12-foot lanes. So those 3 12-foot lanes are the same width, 36 feet, as the 4 9-foot lanes. So the road is essentially in the same spot, other than a couple turn lanes that we'll talk about. It adds the shared use path on the north side. So this graphic, you'll see this several times. When you look at this, this is facing east. Shared use path is on the left. That would be the north side. And then we've got some dimensions on here that we'll go over how we got to each one. So backing up a little bit, what is the need and why would we want to change anything? So first, the infrastructure is old. Some of this was paved as early as the 1920s. There was lots of paving done in the 1960s and 70s, some widening and reconstruction. We've done some asphalt overlays, mill and overlay, really just the top 2 inches. Eventually, we have to tackle the whole problem. And while we're at it, we'll fix some of the concerns related to storm sewer and other utilities while we're there. Safety is the other part. This is some crash data. The takeaway here is the red and yellow dots are preventable with the type of work we're planning to do here. Got a lot of detail on those accidents if we need to go into them. I'm not going to talk about these specifically. Eric Peterson, Principal Traffic Engineer for the city, has a ton more detail here as well. So talking about the safety benefits, the 4 to 3 lane roadway conversion that Brian mentioned, the biggest benefit there is today when you try to cross that street, if you're on a side street, you've got to cross 4 lanes, 2 in each direction. When you go down to 3 lanes, you have a single lane of traffic in each direction with the turn lane in the middle. So you only have 2 through lanes of traffic to cross. So you cut the number of conflict points in half if you're crossing the street or if you're turning onto the street, what's shown in this graphic here. Similarly, when you go to turn, if you're on Ashworth, you want to make a left turn. Today, you stop in a through lane as you signal to go left. You're subject to a rear end collision there. In the 3-lane roadway section, you can move out of that through lane and into the shared turn lane as you wait to make your left turn. When you do go to make your left turn in the condition today, on the left, you have to cross 2 lanes of traffic. Sometimes you cannot see the car behind the car in the inside lane. You can't see the car in the outside lane. In the 3-lane roadway section, you only have a single lane coming at you, so you can see all the traffic that's approaching you. This is an example of what happens when you don't have that visibility that you would in a 3-lane. So this was an accident at 39th and Ashworth in September. It was right near Valley High School. So that black SUV that made the left turn couldn't see the oncoming gray sedan because it was blocked by the cars in the left turn lane. This is the exact type of accident we're talking about being able to prevent with the 3-lane roadway section there. One more point I want to make here, where the SUV ended up, it went over the curb into the grass. So anytime we can put a distance between any pedestrian or bicycle facility that's not on the street, we like to maximize those. Safety data, I'll go through this real quickly, but 19% to 47% reduction when you get in crashes when you change from a 4-lane to a 3-lane street. That's from the Federal Highway Administration. There's a lot of academic studies that went into that, and that's the data that is the result, though. Another item on safety. Today, when you have a 4-lane roadway, if there's a traffic accident, sometimes that can get clogged up in all 4 lanes because you've got traffic in all 4 lanes. The 3-lane gives a predictable path, again, from Federal Highway Administration, predictable path for emergency responders. We also spoke to Chief Liu. He agrees and supports the 3-lane roadway section as far as emergency response goes in the city of West Des Moines. Lane width. So this is the lane pictures that are out there today. The lanes are 9 to 10 feet wide. Some of the vehicles just don't fit. You can see the DART bus in the middle. It's overhanging the lane line. It's shied away from the curb, which will be important here in a few minutes, and doesn't fit in the lanes today. The photo on the left, that vehicle fits within the lane. That doesn't count its mirrors. The right side, the trailer, again, overhanging the lane line. So this is pretty common out there because this is a minor arterial, as I mentioned. It's also a truck route and a bus route. It's not a neighborhood collector or a local street. It's a major arterial through the city, as you're all aware. What we see a lot of times, because people are uncomfortable with those narrow lanes, they stagger. So the picture on the left is vehicles staggered. There's one in the outside lane, one in the inside lane, one in the outside lane, and they just drive that way. So a lot of times it functions more like a two-lane street, which supports the three-lane ideology where there's one lane in each direction that it can still operate efficiently. Photo on the right, when they do go to pass, they hang over the lane line. They're actually in oncoming traffic in that scenario. The path specifically, so this is the map of the whole city. So the bottom and left sides of this, a lot of that's undeveloped. Where you see all the blue lines, that's the existing shared use path network. So as we zoom into the upper right-hand corner, this map is bounded on the left by Jordan Creek Parkway, south by Mills Civic Parkway and Fuller Road, and the city limits on the north and east. North is up here. The upper right-hand corner of this is the area that we're talking about. It's a trail desert. There are no trail and shared use path infrastructure existing today in that area. When I change the slide here, there'll be a red line in that spot. So that red line is where we're talking about putting this. That becomes the backbone for any future shared use path, bicycle infrastructure, trails in the area. Current city master plan for shared use path and trails is this document here. Now, a lot of these are on the side streets that connect to Ashworth, 39th Street, 19th, a couple others. Those aren't planned now, but without Ashworth as the backbone, there's nowhere for those to go. And so the Ashworth Road is kind of the linchpin to be able to get a shared use path network to provide the same level of service to this area of town as provided to the other areas of West Des Moines with the shared use path network. There's no other spot to get east-west across that portion of the city. No other east-west road goes all the way across. There aren't any greenways to put the trails in. Citizen survey, I want to talk about that a little bit. So this first slide here is a takeaway. Overall, West Des Moines scored significantly above the other cities in the Plains region, which is neighboring states, in every category surveyed. All 51 categories, West Des Moines significantly above. The survey actually says West Des Moines sets the standard. So that's credit to all of you, staff, and even the residents about the great job that the city of West Des Moines does. And because of that, there's only one high priority listed for any city department, one in the whole city, and that's street maintenance. So we're hoping to take care of that here with the road project. But when we actually dive into the trail and Parks and Rec, there are areas for services that need to be emphasized in lots of different departments. So Parks and Rec, the number one and number two, are walking and biking trails with the city and access to desired destinations via that network of walking and biking trail. Those are consistently the number one and number two Parks and Rec services that people ask for in these citizen surveys. It's the top two there, far and away above all the others. Similarly, one of them, access to destinations via the bike trail, that would be the existing network, actually has the most dissatisfied responses. It's only 9% on the right side there, but it's the most of any category in the surveys. This is, again, 2022 data. When we look at how many residents think they should make it easier to travel by bicycle within the city, the yellow and blue boxes, that totals 74% of the city think we should make it easier to travel by bicycle. And again, when we looked at that map, this whole area of town doesn't have any infrastructure to do that. How many people believe it's easy today? The two blue ones add up to 42% believe it's easy today to get around by bicycle versus the 74% who think we should expand it. These results are 2022 results, but they're consistent amongst other surveys. So this looks back to 2016, and the percentages for all the things I've just went over stay pretty much the same. Walking and biking trails, access to destinations, consistently the 1 and 2 items, or at least in the top 3. The 70-some% who believe you should make it, or believe it's important to be able to access places and make it easier to access places via the bike trail, stays about the same. Same with the 42% that thinks it's easy today. Pretty consistent over time in many different surveys. So what are the downsides? So this is new information if you were at some of the public meetings. We talked a lot about the benefits, not necessarily the negative, so I wanted to spend a few minutes on that today for all of you on council here. So the first one, on the road today, there is no dedicated bicycle facility. Yes, you can ride on the sidewalk, that's legal. Yes, you can ride on the street, that's also legal. When we drop from 4 lanes to 3, though, we're taking that lane that bikers do use today, and we're putting all the traffic in one lane. So to now, if there's a bicycle in that outside lane, people can pass them using the other lane because you got 2 lanes in one direction. That goes away in the 3-lane roadway section. And so we're really taking away where even the bikers that are on the street today will probably feel less comfortable potentially in the 3-lane section because they'll be passed in what is essentially the center lane, which is not a passing lane. That's the reason if we don't put the shared use path in, we can't provide for that mode of transportation at all. Yes, it's legal to ride on the sidewalk, but no, it's not designed for that. The shared use path is the only portion of this actually designed to accommodate a bicyclist. Without it, we don't accommodate that mode of transportation. Slow moving vehicles is another one, similar to the bike in the outside lane. If you get a delivery truck out there and they stop, how do you get around them? That's a concern. And we would expect that people will pass them in that center lane. Now that's a stopped vehicle. It's not a slow vehicle like a bicycle would be potentially. And the other part that's somewhat a benefit of that single lane when there is a slow vehicle, or even somebody driving the speed limit, the person that would today speed down Ashworth, use both lanes to do so, merge in and out, they're caught behind anybody driving the speed limit. So potentially the highest end, top end speeds will come down with the 4 to 3 lane conversion. Traffic operations is a concern. This is a map of Ashworth and 22nd. North is up here, so the intersection in the middle is 22nd and Ashworth. There's been extensive traffic modeling done by the city. Eric Peterson, the principal traffic engineer, did it all. He could speak a lot more in depth of the details of that if we need. But basically, the road will function just fine, similar to it is today if we add as 3 lanes for the entire corridor with the addition of 2 turn lanes, one at 22nd and one at 19th. We need right turn lanes in those 2 locations for the north-south traffic that goes on 19th, Ashworth for a few blocks, and then up 22nd, or vice versa if they're coming down from the interstate. That north-south traffic uses that 3 blocks, and so we need the right turn lanes to be able to get them on and off of there. And
So it's only 2 right turn lanes in this entire stretch? 19th and 22nd?
2 ones that do not exist today. So it's Valley West, 8th Street, some of those exist today.
Okay.
Only 2 additional, yes.
2 additional.
The other part, relative to the path, there's a lot of driveways and street crossings out there. It would be great if those didn't exist and we had a shared use path or a trail without any obstructions, but there just isn't another spot for it. There's nowhere else to put it.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt. This is exactly what I'm talking about. I understand you're adamantly against it, and that's fine, and I respect that, but I'm going to ask no outbursts. You'll have your chance to speak, so.
It's also not uncommon to have a shared use path cross driveways and streets. They're down almost every collector and arterial street in the city of West Des Moines, and any new street has them as well, of that classification. The other negative is right-of-way acquisition. We're going to talk a lot about this, I'm sure, and we'll hear it. This is a slide from the 19th to 23rd public meeting. In that particular stretch where we're at the first project to be built, we've got enough design done that we know what we need for right-of-way acquisition. Now, that may change here today, and that's fine, but we don't have the design done. We wouldn't say that, but we have enough done that we're ready to talk to homeowners about the specific needs and get appraisals done. So when we have an appraisal done, there's a professional real estate appraiser hired by the city. They go out and appraise what is this piece of right-of-way worth, what is the value of anything in it, trees, landscaping, et cetera, whatever it might be. What is the value of the overall property? Is there a diminished value when we're done? And take all those things into account. Residents have the opportunity to meet with those appraisers. They also have the opportunity to seek their own appraisal if they don't agree with that appraisal before we move into the negotiation phase and eventually transfer of title if needed. And we're only there from 19th to 23rd. Other areas, it's really difficult to say exactly how much it is, but the corridor is pretty similar if you go down there today. Give you an idea what that looks like between 19th and 23rd, just as an example. The orange is temporary construction easement. Those are only during construction. That's to rebuild driveways, repair landscaping that's needed to be repaired after construction. The blue, which is along the shared use path, and then in the turn lanes, is actual property acquisition to make this work and through this section. A couple things on property value. There's some data from National Association of Realtors and National Association of Home Builders about amenities like shared use paths and trails are desirable when people seek homes. Again, those would probably be better in a green space. That doesn't exist. That doesn't mean they still don't want access to them in this whole area of town. Furthermore, there's some data out there talking about the roadway conversion itself, the road diet, 4 to 3 lane conversion, that those don't impact property values negatively. In fact, I think the road today, when you go out there, it feels like a busy street, even if there's no cars, because it's got 4 lanes. It'll feel a little bit more like a collector street, which is a lower classification of roadway, when it only has one lane in each direction. Potentially feels less busy. So what are the details and where do we get the guidance from? So again, this is the configuration. We're going to try to walk through how we got the numbers on here, the 12-foot, the 10-foot, all those things. There's a lot of guidance out there. Some of the guidance is national, some of it's local. We end up using the local data or the local guidance. The local guidance, though, comes from the national guidance. The national guidance takes into account all the research on the subject, and then we rely on those to follow through. And then they're all guidelines. We can make changes to them as we need. One of them in particular, in the bottom left-hand corner, that one takes into account lots of different context, what the land use is, what the speed limit is it urban, suburban, rural, and a lot of that data flows down into these guidance. So one on the top right, that's SUDAS. That is an Iowa guidance called Statewide Urban Design and Specification, SUDAS. We'll talk more about that. And a lot of the data, or a lot of the items come from that SUDAS document, but the national guidance flows into those and how it's applied in Iowa. So I want to talk a little about SUDAS values and lane width. So the top is the preferred values from SUDAS for this type of road, this classification, residential, 35 mile an hour speed limit, minor arterial, and how wide things should be. So total is 43 feet. So that's 12-foot through lanes, 14-foot center turn lane, 2.5-foot curb offset on each side. Acceptable guidance in SUDAS, the next one down, totals 37 feet. All the numbers shrink down a little bit. So I talked about before, we're actually proposing 36 feet. So we're smaller than what SUDAS would say is acceptable. Acceptable is their lowest level of guidance. Now, I think someone could say, well, is it actually going to work? Yeah, we believe it will. There's other 36-foot wide 3-lane streets in the city of West Des Moines that function just fine. The point is that I want to make is we've narrowed the roadway as much as we could, and I'll talk more about that and some alternatives here in just a few minutes. And the biggest difference is that curb offset I've highlighted in yellow. We set that at 0. So when we saw that dart bus shying away from the curb, that's because there's not a gutter section or an offset from the lane width to the face of curb. So you can't just look at the lane width being 12 feet when you consider how wide they should be. If we called these 10-foot lanes with a 2-foot curb offset, we'd have the exact same width. And it'll really function more like a 10.5-foot lane or maybe an 11-foot lane than it will an actual 12-foot lane because we don't have that guidance on the side or that offset on the side.
Is that just a semantic difference for the most part, going back to that, just out of curiosity?
Yeah, I mean, we could call it 10-foot lanes, 2-foot offset, and it would, again, be the same thing. The standard, if somebody comes in to, say, develop a new collector street, and they say it's going to be a 3-lane roadway section, it's the same 36 feet, 312s that's done. And how we name it, it's a little bit less confusing when we call it this way, because if you go out there with a tape measure and measure it versus if we said, well, 10 and 2, there's no physical delineation there. There's not a line painted or anything like that. So.
Okay, thanks.
Total right-of-way width, minor arterial, if you were to build a new one today, typically 100 to 120 feet to fit everything in, including utilities and all sorts of things I'll talk about here in a minute. This one is currently proposed at 72.5 feet. So we're cramming a lot of stuff into a small space to try to keep the footprint as small as we can. Shared use path. So this is an example between Prairie View and 60th on Ashworth, existing shared use path. It's the best example we have. It was built a few years ago. It'll look very similar to this along these other sections of Ashworth when we're done. One key benefit I want to point out before we talk into how we got to all the widths is once we put a shared use path in, the city maintains that. That's future replacement, cracks, panels, settlement, whatever. Those are the responsibility of the city after that. That's citywide on all your shared use paths. And the city takes care of the snow removal for all the property owners there. If you have a sidewalk today, you clear the snow. If you have a shared use path, the city clears the snow. So the path's planned at 10 foot wide. Part of the reason for that is the snow plows are about 8 foot wide. We don't want the snow plows driving right on the edge for a couple reasons. If they drive right on the edge, they tend to break the edges of the trail off. They'll crack them. And so giving the path a little bit extra width allows them not to be damaged. And it also allows them to keep the snow plow from getting off into the grass and tearing up people's yards. So that's a lot of the reason that it's 10 feet. Along with the guidance from SUDAS, basically says to use 10 feet as a typical trail width unless you expect very few pedestrians or do not have regular maintenance vehicles. And we don't have either one of those. Pedestrians are probably the highest use of this potential path, and there will be routine snow removal in the winter months. So the buffer area, the green space, we showed this at 13 feet through all the public meetings. We did recently reduce that to 10 through that 19th to 23rd Street section. And we're going to talk about what's in that 10 feet. So the biggest one is a safety buffer. We're trying to keep it away from the street just to give people the comfort level to be present there. We talked about that traffic accident. A vehicle leaves the road, where does it go? We're trying to give them a place to just be able to get away from it if we can. There are a few things we have to accommodate in there. So 4 to 6 feet, that's a clear zone. Basically, we don't want anything in there that's immovable, something that a vehicle could leave the street and hit, like a pole or a fire hydrant. So those are out, and where I've got shown here is fixed objects. And then similarly, the trail has a 2-foot lateral clearance. We need clear of obstructions, even signs or anything that could, for instance, catch a bicycle handle for somebody going by. So those are all the things we're trying to fit in that area. Another one is snow storage. We got to put the snow from the street somewhere. It ends up in that green space. And when the city plows the snow off the trail, it's got to go somewhere. It ends up in that same green space. So we need to be able to fit those in there. And then I've got a strip there called secondary snow clearing. On these arterial streets, Public Services comes back with a wing plow and they push some of that snow back so they have room for the next snowfall, especially after big snowfall events. So what's that look like? This is on Valley West Drive, 7.5 foot green space there. This one is extreme, but we can get a lot of snow and we need a place to put it in those areas. Another one on Valley West Drive where it's too close. This is a frequent complaint where the plows actually throw the snow beyond into the path. You can see in the back there's actually a piece that's slid off. And just, again, it's too small. So, last one, underground utilities. There's a lot of utilities that need a place to go. There's a lot of utilities that already exist in the green space that's there today. So this is on Ashworth near the fire station, just east of the fire station, looking east. All those flags out there are underground utilities. So if you trace all those, it looks something like this under there. Green is sanitary and storm sewer. Yellow is gas main. Red is underground power. All the orange is utilities. Could be fiber optic. Could be phone line. There's a lot of stuff out there today. There's also the handholds for them, the manhole lids. Some of those are in that existing green space. If we encroach on that, we will either do one of two things, relocate them, or have to put their boxes in the trail, which is not desirable from all sorts of reasons, bikes running over it, trip hazards, snowplows hitting it. Lots of companies out there too. This is just the ones from 19th to 23rd. If you look at that 50-block stretch, there's going to be a whole bunch of people that actually own those utilities. So what else was considered? Just got a few more slides here. There were lots of things considered. The takeaway I want to leave you with here is the first 5 items here, or there's 4A, had 4A and B, there were 2. So there's actually 6 items. This was in the initial study that was done in 2020. And when this study got done, basically said, well, which one of these handles the volume, which ones doesn't? There were some recommendations. The first thing staff did was say, hey, we need a different alternative, and they added one that made the roadway smaller. This alternative 6, as it's called in the study, was the smallest footprint of the roadway of all the alternatives considered. Basically what staff said is let's make it fit inside the existing roadway. The original study used some of the guidance where they had those curb offsets that I'm talking about, and staff said, well, we really need this to fit. They did have 5 lanes between 19th and 23rd in that original study. And since then, our current version, we've taken that 5-lane section, made it 3, and just have the minimum we need for turn lanes to make it function as it does today. And we've got the right-of-way acquisition down to 2.7 acres. From all of those others, I think the lowest one was 5. So that's a combination of 2 factors. One, going from 5 to 3, from alternative 6 to the current, and moving that trail in from 13 to 10 across the whole length of those 50 blocks. So the takeaway here is the alternative we have today, it's the smallest of any alternative that there was, both on the actual amount of paving and the footprint of the right-of-way acquisition. We're a couple public meetings. You went over these. There were 3 of them. Lots of feedback on both sides at all of those, and I'm sure we'll hear more today. And you've, of course, had a lot of feedback. And with that, that's the end of my planned remarks. I would maybe turn it back over to Brian.
Okay, Brian.
Real quick.
You're going.
Yep, just wanted to talk about some of the feedback I've been getting. Obviously, it was alluded to earlier, there's a number of red signs along the street. Happened to be my phone number that was on that on those signs. I got to know a lot of really nice people in West Des Moines in these past few weeks, and we've had a lot of nice discussions. And frankly, the feedback I've been getting falls right along with everything in the citizen survey. I had about 100% of the people that talked to me were in favor of the 3-lane conversion. They think the lanes are just too narrow now. They know it's going to be safer. They're talked about their young kids learning how to drive and that sort of thing. That's the kind of feedback I got. As far as the trail goes, 75% of the people I talked to were in favor of the trail. I have all the names, addresses, everything. If anybody wants to see that, I'd be happy to share it with them. So I wanted to give that feedback. I don't know that I have anything else.
Do you want to maybe address some of the questions, concerns that have been sent in, emailed, that you've responded, maybe for the benefit of everybody here?
Yeah, Nate did a good job of kind of covering those things as far as like lane widths and everything. And I know that there were some studies that were sent to us on lane widths. Sunday afternoon, sat and watched a football game and read through all of it. And I did a little research on the folks that did it, where all the information was coming from. I don't want to discount all the work that these folks are doing, but some of that work, or most of that work, was in cities like Tokyo, Japan, Toronto. They're really looking at downtown areas as far as getting lane widths narrower. I believe that.
So there are people that have contacted us that have said that we should do narrower lane widths.
Right, yeah,
And
10, 11-foot lane widths with the 3-lane cross-section that we have out there today.
Okay.
And then, so one of the biggest things that I want to mention that Nate didn't mention is take the storm we had on Friday. A lot of rain. You have stormwater spreading into the gutter line, and it's usually 1-2 feet. When it gets heavier, it can get farther in. If you take your 12-foot lane and you narrow it down by 1, 2, potentially 3 feet during a rainstorm, you're effectively narrowing up your lanes to, 9 or less potentially feet, which is not. And it rains in Iowa. We do get rain, and also snow. Brett and those folks are really good at plowing snow. But the very first pass that he goes through, I spoke to him today. He said, yeah, they don't get all the way to the curb. It's just not efficient. They're trying to get those roads open and get them ready to go, get at least people down those roads. There's always about 1 foot to 1.5 foot of snow from that curb, effectively narrowing up those lanes. And when we only have 1 lane in each direction, when we're narrowing that up, that's not something that, as your city engineer, that I'm comfortable with recommending. So that's my spiel on lane widths.
Okay, anything else?
No.
Okay.
I'm finished.
I'm going to open it up real quick to the council. We're going to go one time. Each council person that wants to comment, we're going to start with Doug. You don't have to say something. If you want to, go ahead. Try to keep it to 3 minutes if you can.
First thing I'll say is thank you for the presentation today. It's very informative. Being a technology person by background, I don't know anything about this stuff, so I love these types of presentations. I also love it when constituents, even if they're not in Ward 3, reach out to me. I do read them all. I don't respond to you all, but I do to some people. One of the things, the things that I come down to, I would love to have a bike path. I think Ashworth Road needs some work done on it. I initially am favoring the 3 lanes, but if I were to live on Ashworth Road, I can't see taking 20 more feet of somebody's yard and putting in a path. And I know that that's my roundabout math in my head. I know that's not the exact numbers, but to me, it's really hard for me to see that, especially when it hasn't been that way for so long. And so maybe my perception's wrong here, but I've heard a lot of the folks in Kevin's ward reaching out to me. I drive that road all the way down to 801 Ashworth every day, twice a day, sometimes 4 times a day. I'm very familiar with the area. And so I don't know how we can put in that multi-use path. Even though I would personally love it, I would hate it if they put it through my yard. So.
Okay, thank you, Doug. Kevin?
Yeah, Brian, you talked about that 75% of the people you talk to want the bike path? How many of those live on Ashworth and are affected? I mean, obviously, there's people from other neighboring streets, I'm sure, that have contacted you as well, because they're going to be driving this 3-lane road and probably had questions. But I'm really curious, because what I've heard from the various residents, that I'm not seeing 75%. So if you talk to 5, then yeah, 2 of them want it, okay, but.
I get what your question is. Yeah, I mean, there was probably 17, 18 people that I logged that I talked to. There was more people that called me, but a lot of people just shouted things at me and then hung up. And pro and con, so that's fine. I've got thick skin. But yeah, there was, I know of at least 2 people on that road that are in favor of a bike trail that would be directly affected.
So out of 50 blocks, 2 people. I'm just trying to do the math here.
That I had, there was
Okay.
2.
Okay. Thank you.
And all the rest were just off of the road.
One other question I've got is,
Try to speak up if you guys can. We're having some people having a hard time hearing.
one other question I've got, and this is probably for Nate, since he put this whole thing together. How do you propose to put a trail on Ashworth west of Woodland Park Drive? Because those houses, some of them back up in that area from a cul-de-sac. Actually, I think it's east of there as well, but about the area of Woodland Park Drive. There's a cul-de-sac that backs up to it. Then you've got the pond from the townhouses, and then you've got the big retaining wall up there at 50th and Ashworth. We building a bridge?
Yeah, that's the hardest part.
Almost impossible.
What I would say is we don't know the answer to that because we're not designing that portion of the roadway yet. That might be 10 or 15 years away. And I would encourage you to not make a decision about 19th to 23rd Street that precludes the future use of that section as a trail based on something that's 30 blocks away.
But how can you not, when this is an overall design for 50 blocks, and
Yeah.
you're saying that we have to have this trail from 1st to 50th to connect everything?
Yeah, the other item at 50th Street, so that's already widened. It's 5 lanes there. You've got 2 through lanes in each direction and the turn lane in the middle. When you drop to 3 lanes, you're going to lose a through lane on the north side of that roadway because you won't have, and you've already got the other lanes that you need. So there is an option to potentially shift the center line of that intersection to the north to help get that path in. And we may have to make some concessions on how far away it is from the roadway because you're right. There's a retaining wall there that looks into the 2nd story of those homes right off of 50th.
But
That's a very difficult section to get.
Okay, I'll give you that you got 5 lanes and you can take 1 for the bike path. But east of there, and I can't remember what street it is that the houses back up to Ashworth. 45th? Thank you. How do you deal with that one? Because that's 4-lane road.
Yeah.
Yeah, you shift.
So another section, that section is actually, the road's a little bit wider. It's about 40 feet wide because it's 4 10-foot lanes. So the road itself is going to get narrower there. So you can't measure off the existing curb in that particular location. So do we know exactly how we're going to do it? No, because it hasn't been designed and planned. That doesn't mean we can't make it work when the time comes.
Okay, Kevin, other questions? We're not that you're going to not have other questions as we go, but
Oh, you know me very well.
I know all of us. I know all of us very well. Yeah. Go ahead, Renee.
Okay, good, thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you for the presentation. I learned a lot. And I want to thank everyone that's here tonight. It is 8:16. I know you could be doing a lot of other things, but you're here because you care about what's happening. And so it's always nice to see citizen engagement. And I don't know who is for it and who's not. I don't know whether it's divided half and half or probably
We'll find
not.
that out in a second.
Probably not. But so I'm going to yield a lot of my time to the folks that have come here to speak because as an elected official, I've always developed the motto of listen, learn, and lead. And so I can always ask technical questions later, but I'm here to listen to the folks that came out tonight to speak to the people that are elected. So that's where I stand.
Okay, thank you, Renee. I'll keep my comments very brief. I appreciate the presentation. I appreciate everybody that came out to the 3 different open houses that we had. I recognize many of you from that. I made 2 of the 3 of those. We're here to listen. We're here to think through this whole thing, just like the Valley Junction area. You guys love the area that you live in, and this is very personal to you. And we've heard from both sides, pro and con, and we're here to listen to you and make a decision afterwards. So, Matt, go ahead.
All right, thank you. I guess first, on a lighthearted item, I was driving down Ashworth this morning and wanted to make sure that I, took some time to really go back and evaluate where things are at, and I obviously there's been reference to the red signs, and so I saw several of the signs, of which there are more signs than I anticipated. Frankly, there's more red signs out there than there are political signs, and on the day before the election, that's pretty impressive. But anyway, you know what? I'm gonna call this number. I got to figure out who's behind this. I got to pick up the phone and call. And so I call, and I had a good conversation with Brian this morning. I didn't realize, I thought I was going to be calling somebody that was, very much opposed to it, as opposed to somebody that's, going through the design process. But anyway, I guess, Nate, I appreciate the diagrams. Some of those diagrams, like this photo here, let me back up. I think on the road configuration, I don't have a lot of heartburn over that, and that is absolutely something we brought up during public services. And Brian, I know that I was maybe a little critical during that meeting. I was, hey, we need to have some stats here, and we need to develop a one-pager and some data. And I know you've gone through that process, and I appreciate you and your staff and everybody doing that. My largest concern is the path. Hey, I'm a runner. I'm a biker. I use these paths regularly, and I think when we can have them, it makes a lot of sense. But I think we also, at least for me, if it looked like this photo here, probably less concern. When I say that, I mean I see a relatively decent amount of distance. Right? Some people would argue that to the right-hand side of the screen, as I'm looking at it, between the path and the home. But as I drove down Ashworth today, and as I've done for years, you look at that, but when I look at it with the perspective of what if we were to take up an additional distance, I'm concerned about what that might mean. And there are several areas along Ashworth where it might make sense, where there's several homes that are, pushed back quite a ways. There's the business solver and other areas where folks may not care. But I tend to agree with the concept of, if the intent here is to truly connect from 1st to 50th, and I recognize the comment about, right there around 50th Street, we should have an overall plan, right, that takes into consideration how that's going to happen. And if it can happen in a way that works, then that lends itself to one answer. But if we can't have it be comprehensive in nature from 1st to 50th, where you do have that 10 feet, I would struggle to understand how that pieces together. So that's just some initial where I'm at as I look forward to hearing the comments and appreciate the work that's been done.
Perfect. Thanks, Matt. Okay, Greg.
I'll try to be brief too. And again, thank you everybody for waiting. I know it was a long meeting, and so really grateful for that. Just two comments. Just like driving around on Ashworth, like I was the other day between 19th and 23rd, 22nd Street. It's snug. It's just snug. And looking through, can you go to that the potential design for 19th to 22nd, which is specifically the topic again. I know a lot of folks are here about the entire 1st to 50th Street, and definitely want to hear from you. But as you said, Nate, like when it comes to 19th to 22nd Street, you had an extended.
I'll find it eventually.
Oh yeah, it's there. My question really is about.
Getting quite a shout out here tonight with his yard sign.
Oh yeah,
smart man.
So my specific question relates to not to the sidewalk width, not to the width of the lanes, but to that green space, sometimes called parking, whatever you want to call it. It's a regional thing to call it green space or parking or whatever, but the area between the sidewalk and the street. Nate, you had mentioned that you had worked to to bring it down from like 12 feet to 10 feet. Were you specifically talking about in this region?
Yes.
You had said, and I can't remember if I got the numbers exactly right.
Correct. So in the public meetings prior, we'd been talking about that being 13 feet. And we've since backed that down to 10 feet. Now, when we showed you the areas of right-of-way acquisition, that 10 feet is applied to the entire 50 blocks. So the proposal is to move it in 3 feet farther than we had it before. There are a few places right at the intersection of 22nd. I think we actually have it at 9 feet there. There's a house there on the northwest corner that's pretty close. We're trying not to affect their driveway to the extent that it's much worse than it is today. And so we actually got it at 9 feet right there. So I think we'll move that around a little bit as we can. It's 9.5 there today. We're about the same. And when the path gets about 6 feet wider, we need about 6.5 feet of property from most property owners in the corridor. That's the typical 6.5 feet.
Sure. And I'm appreciative of that because the 13 down to 10 or even 9.5 is pretty enormous. When you say that, are you referring to the north side of the street or the south side of the street?
The north side. The south side, we're not planning to do anything other than put the sidewalk back where it is, except for in the right turn lane at 19th Street, where we got to have that right turn lane to make the 3-lane road operate. There's, I think, 5 properties in there that are affected by that. Other than that, the sidewalk on the south would remain where it is for the whole length.
And the green space, the parking would be remaining the same width as well?
It'll actually get about 1 foot narrower because the sidewalk's planning to go from 4 feet to 5 feet.
Oh, sure.
And I think today it's actually right on the existing right-of-way. We try to move those off a little bit. So I think if you dive in here, we show it going from 10 to 8.5 as we slide it over toward the road just a little bit to give it a buffer from the actual property line.
So on the south side of the street, the amount of change is relatively minor. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
Correct. It's essentially the same on the south.
Okay. And I appreciate the drawing of all the stuff that you see in the green space in the parking. And I appreciate that you got my 5-year-old to draw those lines. It was great. The colorful lines that went all over. It was great. I'm going to assume that you all are working your tails off to minimize that green space as much as you possibly can. Because this is the guts of our city, right? We're talking whether it be conduit, whether it be water, whether it be sewer, whether it be electrical, everything that makes our city run infrastructurally, which may or may not be a word, is in, sorry, Brad. It's okay. is in that green space, specifically on the north side, right? So when you all say you took it from 13 to 10, I'm assuming you're taking great care to make sure that our infrastructure that's under the ground that we don't see, that you couldn't just say, oh, we'll make it 7. It'll be fine. It won't be fine. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
So the guidance says if you go less than 5, you need a physical barrier.
Yeah.
It also says to maximize. But the point of reason of showing those utilities, if we slide over on top of utilities that are already there, we may need to relocate them, or we'll have their boxes in the trail itself. And then we may not have room to snow.
So it opens up a box of worms, can of worms, box of worms. That's
10
not,
feet is approximately what's there.
Okay. So I appreciate that. That's really was my main question. I know we have a lot of comments about sidewalk and probably roads from the group, but I really wanted to focus on that right-of-way / green space / parking in between. Because if that's where the guts of our city are, and we really just can't move those, that's really important to know. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Greg.
Can I ask one question on this slide before we move on?
No,
Okay.
just kidding.
Well, no, I just want to, can you explain the color coding, the orange and the blue?
Yeah, the orange is temporary construction easement, so the city would purchase a temporary easement there to help get us through construction. When we rebuild the road and the sidewalk, we're going to rebuild people's driveways, so we got to have the property rights to do so. So that goes away, that's temporary. The blue, and actually this is with the 13-foot trail offset, by the way. This is exactly the slide from the public meeting a month ago. So the blue on the north side will get a little smaller, but the blue is actual right-of-way the city would have to acquire to make this work.
Okay. So now we're at the part of the program where we find out who's for and who's against various things here. If you are against the trail, I'm just talking about the trail, I'm not talking about the road. If you are against the trail, please stand up.
I'm against the trail.
Oh, sorry, we do have people on. Okay, so there's somebody online who's against the trail as well.
Yes.
Is there anybody else online that's against the trail?
*6 to unmute yourself if you're online. *6. Not #6, *6. Many people have a problem with that. Okay, so,
I am against the trail.
okay, so there's two people online against trail. Okay, please sit down if you're against the trail. If you're for the trail, please stand up if you are for the trail. Okay? Anybody online that is for the trail, please hit *6 to unmute yourself and let us know. Okay, you can sit down if you're for the trail. Okay, now I would like to know, I'd like to see people stand if you are, forget the trail. Forget the trail. If you are against the road project, just the road project, assume that instead of a trail, you have a sidewalk. Who's against the road project? Please stand up if you're against the road project.
Russ, can I question, are you talking about the 3-lane configuration?
Talking about the 3-lane configuration. Okay, so if you're standing right now, forget about the trail. You are against the road and the trail, basically. If you stood for the trail, you were against the trail and you're also against the road. So it doesn't matter whether there's a trail or not, you are against the road if you're standing. The 3-lane configuration.
Project as it is.
Yes.
As is, as is.
As it is.
As is.
I am not saying that I would be opposed to the road project in a different configuration.
Okay, but as is, you're against the configuration, as is.
As is, 3
Okay.
lanes.
Okay, you can sit down. You can sit down. Okay. Anybody here, I can't imagine this, because typically people that are for the road project probably don't come out. Anybody for the road project with the configuration as is? Okay? Okay?
Same period.
Okay. Handful of people there too. Everyone's all over the place. Okay, okay.
We got a question, Russ.
Short one?
I'm sorry?
At some point in time, when the people are staying, would you ask them where they live? That's a big.
That'd be good.
Well, we're not going to go around the room and ask every single person where they,
You see what
Okay.
I'm saying?
okay, how many people here live directly on Ashworth? Please stand up.
I do.
Okay?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
People that stood up don't live on Ashworth. That's what I was pointing. But we're still a part of the city.
Yeah.
Okay, if you live on Ashworth and you are for this project, sit down. If you live on Ashworth and you are against this project, please stay standing. Okay. I appreciate it. You guys can all sit down. Okay. I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to we're going to start with comments for people that are for the trail. Okay, for the trail. And I want to start out with somebody that I know has got to run here. Jim, are you here? Jim, come on up. You start us off. We're going to hear from people that are for the trail. Everybody for the trail is going to speak. You got 3 minutes. I'm going to time everybody. Please keep it as short and sweet as you can. After the 4 people, we're going to go to against the trail.
Jim Miller, 1390 South 88th Street. One thing that didn't show up in all the maps is there's been discussion about connecting over to Windsor Heights in Des Moines, crossing Walnut Creek with a pedestrian bridge. And if that is going to happen at some point, then it would sure help to have access to that area. So a trail along Ashworth would certainly help fill in the desert and give access to a connection that's going to be a very popular connection at some point. So, thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, somebody else that's for the trail. And please, again, don't keep repeating. Repeating. We're going to do 4, then we're going to do against.
I'm Steve Herwig. I live in West Des Moines. I also serve on the West Des Moines Bicycle Advisory Commission.
Steve, could you give us your address, your specific address?
It's 9225 Cascade Avenue.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
Most of the schematics, when we went over this at the Bicycle Advisory Commission, show people on a 2-wheel bike. By necessity, I ride a recumbent bicycle. So I'm speaking for the people who use the shared common use path, who ride other than a two-wheeled bike. My bike is 31 inches wide, and on a 4-foot wide sidewalk, I can't encounter a pedestrian, person on a scooter, another person on a bike, or another person on a recumbent bicycle and not have to go off the path. So just for your consideration, for future reference, for any of the trail consideration, please consider those of us who, by necessity, and Ashworth, EP True Parkway, and Mills Parkway, believe me, they will never be roads that you'll see people on recumbents on. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it. Somebody else, anybody else who's for the trail?
Come on up.
Come on up. Come on up, give us your name and address for the record. And again, I'm asking people to try not to be repeating constantly what's already been said, so.
My name is Tom Succo, and I live at 4913 Westbrook Place, West Des Moines. And I am the chair of the Mayor's Bike Commission. Of course, I'm for the path, but I can see how it can't be the same from one end from First Street all the way to 50th. There's a whole lot of stuff goes along on those residences along on the north side of Ashworth there. And so people who think that what we saw tonight is going to be exactly what that's going to happen, I think that's not quite right? No. I mean, you got to design each section as it goes. And so we got to keep that in mind as well, that things will change. One section might not be exactly like you looked at it tonight, and it might be different than the section it's connected to, but we do need wider traffic routes for the pedestrians and bicyclists to both. And I don't see an explosion of bicyclists on this immediately because there's no place to go once you get to the First Street. You know, we got to build that bridge with Clive to get across the creek first. But it is vacant of any pathways up in there, that area. And so people in that area want to recreate with their bicycles and their families, and just walking need a better sidewalk than what's there now. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your service as well. Okay, somebody else that's for. Okay, come on up, give us your name and address for the record.
I'm Deanna Gray. I live at 1046 19th Street, which is about 2 houses north of Ashworth. My husband and I both walk and bike ride extensively. We walk on Ashworth almost every day, and we don't ride it. We ride bikes. He rides a trike, and I ride a regular bike. We can't ride anywhere near our home. We have to load our bikes up and haul them to a trail because you can't ride a trike on a sidewalk. It's too narrow. When I drive down Ashworth, I see, a beautiful street, but a good number of the yards have significant setback, probably 75 feet or more. And when I look at how the multi-use trail would fit into there, we're not really taking their yard, ripping it away. It's just changing a grassy area to a concrete area, so their view out from their home, in my opinion, would look similar. It would be grass. Now, some people have nice landscaping.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be respectful.
That they would have to move. But I see that the benefits of having a multi-use trail for people who ride bikes and walk would be substantial. And I would appreciate it moving forward.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. Okay. Heather.
Hi, Heather Schiebel. I'm the chair of the Parks Board. And I just wanted to bring up two things. Councilman McKinney, you'd mentioned that section on Ashworth that's just west of the interstate and how nice that looked. And if it would be like that, that would be great. I wasn't on the Parks Board at that time when that part went through, but that wasn't originally there. That was originally a sidewalk, and people were not happy about that at all. And it took about, I think, 10 years to get that done. Nobody's happy when these things happen. I grew up on 50th Street, and I lived there when it went from 2 lanes to 5 lanes, and my parents lost 23 feet of their yard. It sucked. It really did. It was terrible. for, like 7 years, their yard didn't look like they wanted because they lost a bunch of trees but their property value didn't go down. My parents re-landscaped. They were mad about it for a while, but it was okay. And I understand it's terrible when it's your property. And I just want everyone to know that we all feel for that. And you can see the city engineers doing everything they can to minimize the impact. And I can tell you from having gone through this, it wasn't my property, it was my parents' property, but the city came back with my dad, my dad's at CPA, so he got his own assessor. And they renegotiated and treated them with a great deal of respect. And my parents ended up happy with the project and their property value went up. So anyway, that's what I have to say. Thanks.
Thanks, Heather. Appreciate it. Thanks for your service. Okay, anybody else that's for? I think you've made as many meetings as I have in the last 12 years.
Haven't spoken a lot. Orion Nauman, 4900 Pleasant Street, Unit 6. Yeah, I was just thinking that there was a lot of comment about not riding on the sidewalk, and I would say even a regular bicyclist. As a regular bicyclist, I wouldn't ride on the sidewalk, especially on certain sections of Ashworth, mainly because with the curb cuts, you can easily get a ramp and then come down hard and ruin your bike. So I would end up in the street, and with 3 lanes, yeah, I'd be blocking traffic. And then with my experience with those 3 lanes, like 42nd Street, it tends to not be the best experience to bike on that. So just my opinion.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Thanks for always attending these meetings. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Okay, anybody else for? Okay, before I go to against, is there anybody in the council here at this point in time that feels they can support the trail?
No.
Anybody? Okay. So I think everybody on the council probably feels the same way, and that is that, we do our best to try to have trails go throughout the city. We think it's an unbelievable amenity for our citizens, and their citizen survey shows that as well. And we are huge believers in quality of life amenities and what that does for the workforce, bringing people into the city, what it does for just pure quality of life, people getting out on the trails and enjoying it. I think we're all struggling here with, this is a difficult road. I know there are a bunch of people here against the road project. Something needs to happen on this road, in my opinion. This is unacceptable. I've driven down here several times. I, too, went out to the neighborhood, took a look at it. And, when I'm driving down there, there are times where I'm kind of looking away, praying to God that my mirror doesn't hit somebody else's mirror passing me. Something needs to happen here, okay? And as much as I would love to have a trail here, and as much as I want to address the perception that people have that live down here, that the people who live down here are the have-nots and the people out west are the haves, and this is part of the issue, I think, is giving more of these quality of life amenities, and now that, we're not doing that here. It's just not going to happen. And as important as it is, it's just, we've got to come up with something different. So, I've asked our engineers to try to come up with other alternatives to this. I'd like Brian Hemseth to maybe present what some other alternatives are. After he does that, in a very brief manner, we're going to go out. I would ask that, you see we're not in favor of that trail. I think that sentiment has probably existed for a little bit. I would ask that we don't have person after person after person talking about how awful the trail is. We're not supportive of it. So, okay, Brian, other alternatives
Sure.
that we could potentially have here?
So out there today, there's 4-foot sidewalks. If you've ever walked down a 4-foot sidewalk with a companion, you know that it's a little tight. You're bumping elbows. It's not the most comfortable thing to be on. So in anticipation of this, we really thought it was important to, when we go back, to put sidewalks back, that we put in 5-foot sidewalks. And it's not just for that. There's also, you have to put in passing spaces every 200 feet. And that's a requirement of Americans with Disabilities Act. We have to put those in. But so rather than doing that, let's look at putting in 5-foot sidewalks on both sides. So I'm seeing a lot of head nods. I'm assuming that's something that you'd like us to look at, and we'd be happy to do that. Now, there's one other thing that I wanted to bring up too.
Brian, can I ask a
Yeah,
question?
go.
Isn't that what was already proposed for the south side, was a 5-foot sidewalk?
Right.
Can I ask, are there any residents that would be opposed to a 5-foot sidewalk? Okay.
I live on the south side of Ashworth.
hold
I'm
on,
not
hold-
opposed. It is a new idea. Sorry.
I'm sorry, just hold on a second. We'll get to that in a second here.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead, Brian.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
I mean, we're probably going to get out of here with a compromise of some sort, folks, and people are going to not be 100% happy, and they're not going to be 100% sad. That's how this goes. I wish we could always have a win-win situation every single time that we sit up here, and a lot of times we've been pretty successful. Not sure we're going to leave here with 100% happy and 100% sad. It's going to be a compromise.
So one of the things that I'd like to propose, and I've talked to the city manager about this as well, is instead of closing the door completely on a 10-foot wide multi-use trail, could we put in that 5-foot path, but we have to rebuild everybody's driveways as we're going through and beyond the right-of-way because of the differences in elevation. If we go in and build a 10-foot section of their driveway to match a future trail, it's not closing the door completely on a trail. Now, we wouldn't go after the right-of-way for the trail now. We wouldn't do any of that. But if you don't do it this way, it is completely closed. Future councils won't be, they can ask for it, but it's going to be a lot tougher for the folks that take over for me in the years to come to try to build that trail.
So it would be a 10 to 12 foot or 10 to 13
It would
foot
be-
right away plus then this 5-foot sidewalk now?
No.
Is that what you're saying?
No. Basically, your driveway is going to be, it's concrete. It's going to be, this section is going to be a 10-foot wide section of your driveway that will be 6-inch deep concrete with rebar that, and then outside of that is, outside of that, where it's not your driveway,
So I
you're going to
don't wanna-
have
I don't wanna say
5-foot
anything wrong.
sidewalks.
I don't want to say anything wrong in front of all you nice folks.
It'd be existing right away.
Right, so the right-of-way would be the same, with the exception of, the south side near 19th Street and the north side near 22nd. Those turn lanes, those got to be there.
But Brian, why would we spend the money now? Because, I don't know, what do we have, 80 driveways through this area,
Okay,
I'm guessing?
I-
Now, wait a minute, hang on.
Hold on.
Okay, if we got roughly 80 driveways, most of them, I think, are double-wide driveways, okay? Some of them maybe are triple. Some of them have 2 driveways, U-shapes, right? So when you take that times 6-inch concrete, you're talking a lot of money. And why would we spend that money now when it may never happen? I think that's just a total waste of money.
I respectfully disagree.
That's fine.
And it is, to do this, we are going back that far to replace the driveways anyway.
He's being asked to propose alternatives, that's what he's.
Yeah, the incremental difference between the cost of pouring concrete, a majority of it is the labor. So you just put up a different size form and you put in a little bit more concrete, you put in rebar, the cost is inconsequential.
How many yards are we talking? Because your driveway approach is 6 inches. The driveways are 4 inches.
Right.
So if you take that past the sidewalk, which would, right now, so go another 6 feet, we'll say, of 6-inch concrete by a double wide driveway, maybe 2 of them, how many yards are we talking? I mean, it's not a minuscule amount. I'll disagree with that one.
It's not 6 figures, I will tell you that.
Well, I know that, but again, why would we spend money that we don't?
I'm looking at this and wiring your house for something that you may eventually do down the road. You may not, but it's smarter to wire it now for it and then do it later, if you're going to do it later, rather than not wire the house for it, because it's cheaper to do that when you're in there now.
Do what later? The trail?
If the trail ever happens, which it may never, it's just the increased cost is negligible to do this now if you're ever going to do it, rather than doing it later if you're ever going to do it.
Just to clarify, so if we set it up this way, then when and if a future city council were to decide that this trail should go in, we wouldn't have to disrupt anyone's driveways. We would just go from driveway to driveway and connect the dots, essentially.
Right.
Now, it's not.
And we're going to have to be in there anyway, regardless.
Right. I am not advocating for this because I am a huge trail fan and I do live just down the street. But, you know, whatever you tell me to do, I'm going to do. But what I'm telling you is this would be a very good use of city money, because if a future council ever asked for this in the future, the amount you would pay to fix everything, you would have to go back into people's driveways again, not just the 10-foot portion, but beyond. So
Gotcha.
It's looking forward.
So let me try to even sweeten the pot, Brian. I mean, is there any possible way we could move both? I mean, how is the alignment of the 5-foot sidewalk? How is that going to align with, let's say that we do this across people's driveways? How does that align? I mean, is it like this, or is the 5-foot sidewalk going to be like that?
The 5-foot sidewalk would be lined up with the portion of the trail portion of the driveway that's closest to the road.
So, okay, so it's going to be like this. Is it possible to move also, how many feet do we have there for us to gain by moving the sidewalk and this trail 2 feet?
We could, and we
closer to the road.
We've talked about that, but the downsides of that are getting into the utilities.
Okay.
And then narrowing up that right of way, having less snow storage. It's just not, it's not something that we would advise.
But I guess if we were going to do this, I think the council would have to move that trail and that sidewalk as close to that road as possible.
And that's something.
Even if we can gain a foot, that's significant.
So Brian, let me ask this question from another cost standpoint. You're going to put this 10-foot trail through the driveways.
Mm-hmm.
Who maintains that?
The property owner would be just like a regular driveway.
Yeah.
Thank you. So now when that driveway breaks, and it's not if, it when, all concrete breaks, okay? So if it starts to break up and they have to replace it, they themselves then have to pay more money to replace an extra 5 foot at 6 inches that's on their side of the right-of-way. That's not fair to the property owners.
Well, that driveway is going to last, 20, 30 years.
We don't know that. Concrete isn't like it used to be.
They don't make concrete like they used to.
They don't.
All right. Okay.
Essentially, we'd be building.
Let's go to the people that have been waiting here. Okay, people that are against the trail. Matter of fact, I don't care. You're against the trail, against the road. Come on up. Give us your name and address. People that are against something, come on up.
Against something.
Against concrete.
Yeah.
Rising concrete.
Jared Igo, 601 Ashworth Road. I come at this and speak to you as a cyclist. I'm an avid cyclist. I ride a couple thousand miles a year. I've done 13 RAGBRIs in a row. Our family rides bikes. We've got an average of 3 bicycles per person in our house. So we love to ride.
Bike shop in, huh?
Pretty much, yes. I think and thank you for your time. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for taking a stand against this shared use path, because I feel it's a dangerous path to be constructed. As has been touched on, it crosses over 70-plus driveways, crosses through 23 significant street intersections throughout that entire space. If the traffic were to pick up, the cycle traffic were to pick up, and cyclists were to start using this as kind of the utilitarian route that it is, because it really doesn't go to any destination, the folks that would be riding on this are going to be doing 17, 18, 19 miles an hour, all by themselves on the flat. Now, when you get to a hill, they could be going 24, 25 miles an hour. And this completely ignores the fact that the e-bikes are growing exponentially in the market. There are predictions that in the coming year, there will be 1 million e-bikes sold throughout the United States. Those e-bikes allow anyone in this room to go 20 miles an hour with very little effort. Trek's website says that a typical e-bike can usually run between 16 and 24 miles an hour. Now, when you consider the impact and the folks that will be backing out of their driveways, pulling up on these side streets, those cyclists are covering 25 feet a second as they're approaching at 17 miles an hour. That gets to be really problematic for the folks that are pulling into their driveways, that are trying to make a left-hand turn to go north off of Ashworth, turn into their driveways. There's a lot of conflict that comes into that for those cyclists, and I feel it's very dangerous. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jerry.
Okay. Councilman Omar.
1026 31st Street. I'm one house off of Ashworth. I go down Ashworth. I've gone down Ashworth since it was 2 lanes all the way out to State Farm Road, which is 50th Street. So I'm pretty familiar with the area out there. And I guess I just don't think that the 3-lane road is a good idea. I think you could take 4 feet on each side of the right-of-way, and you'd have 4 11-foot lanes, 2 lanes going each way, 11 foot. And if you wanted to take 3 foot off of each side, you'd still have 10.5-foot lanes. And you'd still have 7 foot on the south half and 6.5 on the north between the sidewalk and the street. The problem I have with the turn lane on a 5-lane works great. On 3-lane, I don't think it works, especially if you look at 22nd, for example. If you're going south on 22nd and come to Ashworth, you're taking your kid to school at Fair Meadows. You've got a queue of maybe 2-3 cars there if they've got to wait. Now all the parents who've dropped their kids off who want to get on 235 to go downtown, okay, where do they go? You got 3 in a queue. They come out, they want to go down 22nd to the north. There's no way they can get there. The other cars are sitting there to go south. So how does that work? It doesn't work. There's no way that can work, okay? You go down to, okay, and then go down to 19th Street. Most of the people, okay, who get off on 22nd Street and want to go south have to go east to 19th Street to go south. It's signalized, okay? If you've got just 1 lane going east, somebody who wants to continue to go east stops there. All the people who want to go south, who can turn right on red, no longer can do that. So you back up the traffic there. That's where they're going. That's what they got to do. They got to get off 22nd, and if they want to go south, they got to go down to 19th to go on down to Grand Avenue, okay? So you can make, with the 4 lanes, the eastbound traffic could continue to go east, and the southbound traffic can turn right on red, and the traffic flows a lot easier than if you have the turn lane there. It just doesn't work. The eastbound clogs up that whole lane, backs it up. The argument on, I go down it today, and cars are still going side by side. They may be spaced a little bit, They go a lot slower than they probably would if they had a wider lane. But I just think instead of everybody bumper to bumper, okay, that's going east, they're spread out in two different lanes. I think the capacity and the movement would be easier than just the one lane and the turn lane. So I just think if you, and you're not, you don't have to acquire any, okay, you don't have to acquire any additional right-of-way. Leave the sidewalk where it is. Take 3 feet or 4 feet off of each side. Put it in there so you've got lanes that are either 10.5 or 11 feet rather than the 9. And people should feel more comfortable than they do right now.
All right.
So that would be my suggestion.
Thank you, Ted. Appreciate it. Brian, I do want you to address some of those that were just, some of the comments that were just made before we have the next speaker about the width of the lanes and whatnot, if you can. I mean, can we have, I don't want you to address the trail comment. We're not supportive of the trail, but the width of the lanes and whatnot. We've asked you to look at that. We've asked 9 foot, 10 foot, 11 foot, different things.
Yeah, I wasn't completely following everything there, but what we have for 19th to 23rd will work. We've modeled it. We've got turn lanes to handle those southbound turners. We've got turn lanes going for people going westbound that need to go northbound. That through lane's going to be
So traffic is going to flow. Is there any difference in the width of the lanes that we can do that makes sense or anything like that? Can we do 10.5-foot lanes, 3 10.5-foot lanes? Can we do 11-foot lane?
Just a couple of things. As I spoke about earlier, there's so many things, the snow, the rain, that effectively will narrow your road up immediately when that starts happening. The second thing is we did a little research on crashes, because I know that folks have asked us about crashes on Ashworth, and the lane departure crashes on Ashworth, we compared those to lane departure crashes on EP True, which has 4 12-foot lanes. And then actually EP True has a little bit more traffic. We looked at the section from where the S-curve, as it goes across the railroad tracks, all the way over to 50th Street. And there is 4 times more lane departure crashes on Ashworth in the same time period that there is on EP True Parkway. So to take our, if we go with a 3-lane cross section and we go even narrower, it's not something that the engineering department and our consultant can support.
Is there a better, safer configuration? I mean, we know we can't do 5 lanes here.
No, if you want to keep the configuration in the lane in the confines of what's out there today, the 3-lane cross section, hands down the best situation.
With a couple right turn lanes.
Correct, at 19th and 27th.
Brian, address.
Let's get the next against person.
But I want to follow up Ted's comment about Ashworth, the 22nd and 23rd, people coming and going from Fair Meadows. He brings up a valid point. I drop off my kid, hypothetically, at Fair Meadows, and I'm going down to 22nd Street to get on the freeway. I'm in that left turn lane to go to 22nd. Somebody else is coming from 22nd to Fair Meadows. They're in that left turn lane to go south on 23rd. How's that work?
Doesn't work. No, you can't.
Come on up if you want to speak. Hold on. Please don't yell stuff out. We're not going to get into that.
Okay, I guess you're right. I didn't see that you've built an island there, so you can't turn down?
Correct.
That's another screwed up incident.
Okay. The next person would like to speak. Go ahead. You've been waiting patiently. Come on up.
Brad Morford, 1815 Ashworth Road. Going to touch on a couple things first. First of all, if you guys decide to can that bike path, don't feel bad. Don't beat yourself up. The people that live on Ashworth Road live on Ashworth Road because that's what we want to live. That's our neighborhood. I lived at 60th and Coach Light for 20 years. I had a 10-foot wide bike path. It was awesome. But I moved to Ashford, to that neighborhood, and I love that neighborhood, and it's that neighborhood feel why we are all there. If we wanted to be out west, we could move out west. Please keep our neighborhood like it is. You just had an hour and a half about Valley Junction. It's going to be the same thing. In regards to building the driveway to accommodate the 10-foot path, so what you're telling me is I should keep all those signs, is that right? Because they will go up, and I apologize.
Address the council.
Okay. But those signs can be stored, because that's what's going to happen again if we try to do that. We do not want that. I've gone door to door for probably 10 nights, and I have talked to 51 households out of the 90 houses that are on Ashworth Road. 51 out of 90. I couldn't get hold of the others, but I tell you, there were 3 people that were in favor of the bike path. One was moving, one rented, and as he told me, I don't give a damn what the city does, and another person was totally uninformed. 100% of every one of those people signed my form and said they were against the bike path. And I would go and get the rest of them. I love to bike, I love to do it, but I don't think people also realize. And I had a PowerPoint presentation because I was told I could give one, but I guess I was told I can't now. But there are 108 mature trees which are going to be cut down to do this. There are 71 telephone poles that need to get moved. There are 12 street signs that need to get moved, and countless other landscaping and projects to people. So I ask you to just, please, if you can say you're not going to do that, I am concerned with what the setback is going to be. On original plans that I've got here, it was 12. I don't know where the 13 came from. But if they go back to what my original setback is, then they can have another feet to make 5 foot. I'm good with that.
Brad, I got a question.
Thank you very much.
Who told you you can't give a PowerPoint? Because it was my understanding that the reason for a workshop is to gather information for us to make a educated decision based on the information. If he's got a PowerPoint and isn't prepared or isn't allowed to give it, then we're not getting the information that maybe we should.
It's whatever. But
Kevin,
I understand it's 9 o'clock and nobody wants to be here till midnight like we were 3 weeks ago, but
I think
again,
Brad is making a very effective point without a PowerPoint.
I will also say there are just as many statistics that you can find that say narrow lanes are safer in a 35 mile an hour and below that is wide. People tend to go faster on wider lanes than they do on narrow ones. And you can find just as much stuff in that green book that says one way as another. It just depends on where you really want to line your thought process.
All right. Thank you, Brad. I appreciate it.
I have one question for Brad really quick. Brad, we had emailed back and forth and chatted a little bit.
Yep.
So other than the 3, it was 100% opposed to the trail, which we're not moving forward with. Did you get a sense of the road?
The 3-lane road,
Yes.
it's about 60% in favor, 40% not, because they all.
Because you've spoken with so many people.
For each question.
All right, thank you so much for sharing that.
Appreciate that. Appreciate it, Brad. Okay. Anybody else anti that would like to speak, come on up. Give us your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Jose Viteri. I live on 3115 Ashworth. First off, I want to thank Brian for being such an amazing listener. He and I talked once, and I gotta say, besides my personal opinions on this matter, I think we're lucky to have a good engineer. And Nick Hardesty, we're going to run into each other again. We met before, and I promise you this is not personal. So that's one thing. Second, I had a number of kids. I have a number of kids, and they play in my property. Front yard, backyard, you name it. We bought the house with the assumed risk of the location, you bet. However, this bike path, I appreciate you guys' current opinion, and I hope it stays that way. What it would do, it would increase enormously the non-motorized traffic in front of my house, and in front of everybody else's house. And there's a number of people here with small children that play in the property. Now, the world is changing. There's a lot of people out there that are not trustworthy, and to give them very slow path, to give them access to my property, to the front of my property, see where I live and where my kids are, I really don't feel comfortable with that. I bought the house with assumed risk as it is, not with added risk that this bike will propose. That's one thing. Another thing is, like, if I want a bike, I have a lot of bikers in my house. I probably own like 13 bicycles among all my kids. I have 8 kids, my wife and I have a bike. We load up the bikes and we take them to a trail, to bike to a trail that is adequate, a trail that is, well, there's no driveways, there's no intersections. We go to Clive, we go to Waukee, we go to Des Moines proper. We go to proper bikes to bike recreationally, so that we don't have to assume the risks of running into driveways or people backing into us and backing into my children. When you bike that many kids, you have a long, many feet of bikers that you have to yell at. And I promise you, my voice can only get so loud to get to the front. I have to give instructions very clear on the way I do this. I have a very good system, but it doesn't include driving through these many driveways and crossing these many streets. So again, I appreciate you guys listening to us, and I really appreciate you guys' consideration to everything we've said. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay.
Thank you.
Who's next? Come on up. Okay, come on up. Give us your name and address for the record, please.
Shane McClinton, 1910 Ashworth Road. First, just thanks for all the work you guys have put in. I do appreciate the extra attention to some of the concerns I brought up, so I really appreciate that. One of the big concerns I think that I still have, I guess, is, and you stated very clearly, the concern with the 3-lane, I guess. And I think some of what I had suggested has been construed a little bit. I think the narrow lane thing applies to a 4-lane configuration, not a 3-lane. So having 3 narrow lanes is not kind of what I'm suggesting, but I didn't see a 4 narrow lane configuration considered, which seems to potentially be a good solution in this case. And again, many of the points have already been stated. I won't restate those. But I do want to come back to some of the statistics that were reported. So the safety concern going to a 3-lane was mentioned of a study that showed a reduced risk. Interesting thing about that study was, if you look into the details, just like my study was critiqued, which is good, in this study too, it was mainly on U.S. local roads. So I'm from Storm Lake, Iowa. Highway 7 comes into the road. That's what they converted from 4 lanes to 3 lanes. The majority of the studies that showed a reduced risk came from places in small towns like that of U.S. highways going into a road. Those studies have not been done in roads like Ashworth Road. So do we really know that a 3-lane conversion is going to work, and that some of the other concerns brought up are not going to have issues? I'm concerned about all the traffic congestion too. I can't imagine how I'm going to get out on 19th Road, on Ashworth Road from where I live right now. There is going to be a continuous flow of traffic from 22nd to 19th. People are going to want to shoot those gaps and run a greater risk of having accidents, and that risk is going to be much greater than some of the other concerns that are brought up. So I think there are some safety considerations not being considered that would weigh against this conversion with a 3-lane. There are some things about the 3-lane that are appealing, but there's also a lot of things that I am concerned about that as well. From that study as well too, there was another road in Des Moines. So there were 2 roads in Des Moines that were converted. One of the roads that was converted, they converted back to a 4-lane because it didn't work. So do we know that this is going to work? Because if we do this, we're not widening this. We can't go back to 4-lane once we do this, because you're not going to convert it back to 9-foot widths, which I agree is too narrow. So if we decide to go with 3-lane, we have to be confident that it works, because if it doesn't, there's no way out. There's no way to go back, and there's too many examples. There's another example that I learned of today too, which was mentioned of another road that they converted to 3 lanes and regretted it and had to convert it and spend millions of dollars to convert it back to 4 lanes. So I would please assure that we do thorough investigation to make sure this is going to work and not apply a study that shows reduced risk on a road that is not like Ashworth Road. Okay, we need to study within the specific context of this.
You have 10 seconds left.
Okay, those are the main points. So the lane width applies to the other consideration, but that is to come after this decision.
I appreciate that. Brian, if you could just be maybe taking note, writing this down, instead of having you come up after each time, maybe you can come up and you can talk about, address some of these things that have been brought up afterwards. Okay. Okay. Come on up. let's do this. Anybody that wants to speak, why don't you make a line over here, please, so we can see how many people want to speak. Anybody that wants to speak, make a line over here. Anybody else?
Good to see you too.
Phone calls included.
Phone calls, I'm going to go to phone calls right after we hit everybody in the chamber.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'm Eric Bush. I live at 3901 Ashworth Road. Built in 1886. As far as I know, it's the oldest house in all of West Des Moines. I'm going to talk about the trail. There's a big gap of where trails aren't in West Des Moines. Guess what? That's the oldest part. You cannot compare Ashworth Road to EP True Parkway. EP True Parkway, starting at Westridge, the only driveways are big communities.
Keep in mind, we are not in favor of the trail.
All right.
So if you have road comments, you might want to go there.
All right,
because
let's
you're
go
not
with road.
convincing us any more than
Safety.
we've already been
There's two reasons.
convinced.
Safety.
Okay.
Studies show, empirical data show that those 9-foot, 10-foot width roads reduce speed. I live at 39th and Ashworth. Your chart even showed that's where the most accidents are. Here's the thing, inexperienced drivers, all right? That's what's happening. 8 o'clock in the morning, 3:30 in the afternoon, all right? One hand on a cell phone, the other trying to turn. When you go to 3 lanes, empirical data, true data, says they're going faster.
What empirical data do you have? Could you cite the source so we know what
I
that
will
is?
cite the same source that Shane had in his email to
Okay,
you.
beautiful.
Right?
Go ahead.
You have that. Going fast, if you've ever been on Douglas, they do that 3. It's infuriating if you get someone that's going 30 miles an hour in a 35. When they finally turn over left to go into a left turn lane, those people are going to zoom and try to get through yellow lights. You're going to have more accidents at intersections. I don't think that the current 4-lane situation, people aren't having accidents in the lanes before they get to the intersections. It's the intersections that are the problem, and it's because of inexperienced drivers on 39th and 35th, all kids. Talk about 50th Street. Those are little bitty kids crossing the road there, right? Those are grade school kids coming from Crossroads. You need to keep that speed down. It's an old area. You want to solve the trail problem, you build something to get over 63rd. You can lie with stats. People want better access. You know what? They want access to get across 63rd. That's the problem. Then they can get on the trail, go all the way to Grays Lake and go to all the other trails. 63rd is the problem. Build a tunnel under it, build a bridge over it. That'll solve your trail problem. And we already have enough trails. Let's save the money. Let's save $50 million. $50 million is what it was going to cost. That's your budget. How many of you government folks think $50 million will really be on budget? Any taxpayers? How many think it'll be closer to $100 million? $100 million for something that you don't need. We need to keep the speed down there. So it's money and it's safety.
Appreciate it, Eric. Thanks so much. Okay. Next, give us your name and address for the record, please.
Jennifer Igo, I live at 601 Ashworth Road. I just have a couple comments, mostly piggybacking on other people's comments. The first one is the speed. Living at 6th and Ashworth, we see cars fly down to 63rd Street. It is incredible. So widening those streets is a concern to give them more space. They feel like they've got more room to do the speeding. I think that the 3-lane widening is not the answer either. Of course, being at 6th and Ashworth, we do see a lot of times the overflow from the interstate. When there's an accident on the interstate and it slows traffic to downtown, people are getting off at 22nd Street, getting off at 8th Street, and it will oftentimes be bumper to bumper, both lanes heading east on Ashworth. So moving that now to a 1-lane, our residents can't get off onto Ashworth, and the traffic then only goes to a 1-lane. So I do think that's a concern. One more point then is with regards to the setback. I think we really need to evaluate that distance. Today in front of my house, that setback is about 8.5 feet. Moving that to 12 feet is a concern because the research has shown that the drivers are not looking past 5 or 6 feet to the right of them. And so if there is a walker walking on the sidewalk that is 12 feet set back off of the road, that driver is not actually looking at that sidewalk or a walker that's going to cross a side street. So I think it is a concern that that setback is too far for that sidewalk, then that would be put in. So just some comments. Those are the 3 issues.
Thank you so much. Okay, come on up, name and address for the record, please.
Earl Weisenhorn, 1527 Ashworth Road. First of all, very encouraged to see that we had no positive votes on the city council tonight as regards the multi-use pathway. Made me feel like there was a chance that our voices would be heard. Did a quick head count when you asked people to stand up for and against. Out of roughly 85 people here, 85% of the people that stood were against. Roughly 15% were for. So that tells me that the city council, from what you show here tonight, are more in line with the majority of the people, which is how government should run. I won't make any comments on 3-lane, 4-lane, and the road improvements. I've got my own thoughts, but I'm going to reserve those for now. Given what I said about the council apparently being against the multi-use pathway, I do want to bring a couple of points to the fore that I think weren't adequately addressed, or questions weren't adequately, at least adequately answered from my point of view.
Brian, take note. He's listening.
Okay. Number one, from the beginning, the concept, we were told that the reason for the multi-use pathway was to connect to existing trails, and yet it doesn't do that on either end, which was pointed out by other people. So I think that's valid. Number two, when they were talking about building this bike path, were there consultations with Polk County and the people in Polk County that maintain the bike paths for the rest of the county, and how this would interface with it? Didn't look to me like that happened. When any new concrete that gets poured, whether for the bike path or for the street, I'd like to see the city use water permeable concrete. It's a new concept, been very successfully introduced in a number of communities. That would mitigate additional runoff if a larger sidewalk, even going to a 5-foot sidewalk on both sides of Ashworth, if it's a water permeable concrete, we've got less runoff during rain times. I know snow's going to pile up, but even that, you're going to have some soaking through the concrete, which should mitigate the need for enhancing or expanding the existing water sewer runoff capacity.
You got about 30 seconds. So I want to make sure you get it all in. You got about 30 seconds.
Thank you.
Yep.
One of the other major points made by one of the presenters earlier was that it's been shown that bike paths, when they're introduced to a community, increase property values. My question is that for bike paths that run in front of properties or behind them? I can see it increasing property values that runs behind the house, but not in the front. The last thing I'll say is if they do introduce the bike path, are we going to be compensated for that, or is it just going to be an easement? Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. I would just say, with all due respect, Polk County does not maintain our bike paths. We do. And the permeable surface on the bike paths, I would tell you as well, that'd be great, but it's extremely expensive. So, but thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Melissa.
Hi, Melissa Walker-Gobin, 704 Ashworth Road. Been a resident since 2004, since most of you, I believe, were even before you were in office. So, and good to see Ted. I think he left. But I'm here concerned about the south side, and I promise not to talk about the trail. Thank you. But we live in that neighborhood because of its character. And we live in a great community where we have new and we have old, so I appreciate you respecting the old character of that. You talked, Russ, about the haves and the have-nots. I don't think it's an issue of people wanting that trail, but there are lots of things that could be done in this area of town. I mean, we've got old sewer lines probably into our homes, possibly lead service lines for the water. You know, could there be loan programs for residents to tap into some money to help pay for some of those things? Those things maybe that could help the older area of the community. Also, South Side, if we could get some clarification on the right-of-way that's being asked for this project. Because 8th East, those yards are significantly smaller in the front than the area that you're talking about right now. I know we're very concerned about this area, but once you get going on something, you're not going to want to stop. And you're going to keep going. And so we need to know how much are you asking for us in those right-of-ways, because they're small now. And the sidewalk, yeah, 4 feet, and even adding just a foot back, I know that's probably going to take out my retaining wall, my neighbor's retaining wall. And so, you know, landscaping that's been there, and I know that's not, you know, the greater good of the community, but it means a lot to the people who've lived there for a long time and have put all those things in for years and years. So we need to know, is the right-of-way something that has to be consistent all across the board? Because we have narrow ones now. And the sidewalk, I'm fine with a nice new sidewalk that the city pays for, but is that going to come into the yard more because the right-of-way is so narrow? So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Melissa. Okay, next, for the people online, we've got one more person after this resident, and then we will go online.
I'm Dennis Ballou, and my wife Beverly Ballou of 1905 Ashworth Road. And as far as the haves, have-nots, I consider us to be have-nots that we're very fortunate. We're hardworking, blue collar. I'm a pipe tradesman, and my wife is a small business owner, a cosmetologist, and we worked very hard to be able to purchase the property that we have at 1905 Ashworth in a beautiful area that's established. They have 6 points. I'd like to say that, number one, the original intent of the design of the area, the neighborhood in which we have purchased, which is part of this corridor that you're looking at least from 22nd back to 1st Street. You know, it was not intended to have bike trails put in it. It was laid out with the different parks and amenities that were put into this area. Of course, the Ballard Ballroom is one of those. It was not intended to have 10-foot wide bike trails running through the neighborhood. And number two, where's the study of an actual impact of the number of cyclists and other users that are going to be traversing up and down this corridor? We have bikers that like to hop bars and run through the bars through town till 2 a.m., 3 a.m. We see them on the streets sometime. I certainly don't want them in my front yard, 100 at a crack, you know, traveling at 2 a.m. Point three, of the increased traffic, how many of those potential criminals, as was referred to by one of our other neighbors, possibly pedophiles, and may increase the chances of another Johnny Geist or human trafficking incident that could happen with some of our children and grandchildren in the area. Yeah, point four, at 25 miles per hour, they are traveling at 36.67 feet per second. So do the math on that, how long that takes to get someone behind you trying to back out of your driveway. Point five, I believe the fourth lane is not needed at the T intersections to make your right-hand turn. You can simply use repainting or adding curbing or a combination of the two, because you don't need a left turn lane to pull into someone's driveway on the other side. You only need to get to the right. So shifting the lanes using the 3 lanes that you're talking about, one each direction, and one to turn right at that point there.
You
That's
got
at
20
several
seconds
T
left.
intersections. What?
You got 20 seconds left.
As far as the storm gutters, the street, the way that the water runs off of the street, you know, you have to be maintaining a crown in the roadway, which has been taken out over time by grinding off the street and putting in asphalt. So that has directly affected the way the water flows off the street at the curb gutters at this time. And when you put in whatever new paving that comes back in, you know, we need to make sure that the crown is in the road and that the water gets ran to the gutters and gets off the roadway.
Okay. Thank you
I've
so
never
much
seen
for
a
your
foot and a
comments.
half. I've never seen a foot and a half of snow left from the curb out on Ashworth Road in the time I've lived here since 1986 in this area.
Okay. Thank you so
Okay.
much. I appreciate your comments. Okay, MJ, you're the last one in the chamber, and then we're going to go online.
All right, MJ Hogue, 413 2nd Street. So, fun fact, the nickname for the center turning lanes is a suicide lane, because cars come in both directions, which is, I think that's a fun little fact.
MJ, give us your name and address again for the record.
MJ Hogue, 413 2nd Street.
Gotcha. Go ahead.
So, my issues with the road design, you've heard me talk about it before, would be those turning radii. I'd like to see smaller ones there. But mostly what I got up here to talk about is, we've heard people talk about, will a 3-lane configuration work? How wide do the lanes need to be? Well, the beautiful thing here is we already have a road, which means for the price of paint and reconfiguring a few stoplights, you can show that it works. And you can show that it works in whatever lane width you want, because we already have the roadway. So by being willing to experiment and spend a little money and staff time on restriping the road, we can show residents that it works on Ashworth. So I would suggest doing that. Thank you.
Thanks, MJ. Appreciate it. Okay, we're going to go online. Anybody online that would like to address the council on this issue, please hit *6, not #6. *6, unmute yourself, and give us your name and address for the record, and please keep it to 3 minutes or less.
Aaron Sewell. I live at 931 31st Street, the south side of Ashworth. I am the vice chair of the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, but the trail question's out the window, so never mind on that. But I will say that my wife, my 3-year-old daughter, we've walked up and down the sidewalks of Ashworth many times. My wife does it almost daily. We've seen, I love to go out in my backyard. My driveway's on 31st. My backyard looks right into Ashworth. I love to watch people just walking by, we wave, and my dog goes crazy and barks at them. But it's, just thinking, we've never thought about any concerns of cars passing by. Safety-wise, no fears, no worries. I love that the city is always trying to keep that, be mindful of safety, and I haven't read any of the data for or against it myself. So I appreciate some of the things I learned, and I better understand the perspectives staff is coming from, and I appreciate the perspectives they're coming from. But just speaking from my own experience, I was at the beginning for the project, like 51% for, and then as I continued to just watch and think and observe and learn about the project, I just kind of kept realizing or thinking, I don't think this is an entirely necessary project, which is where I ended up switching to be against the project. And I think I'm the only person on the Parks Board who was against the project, because even though I feel like it has great potential, I never saw the absolute need for it. Thinking about the Fair Meadows, the first time hearing that, I believe it sounds like the not possible to turn left coming from that road, and I could be wrong when I heard. There's a lot of conversation. That's new information. That's interesting to me. I'm just thoughtful. And then the idea of the 5-foot sidewalks is new information, which I understand you've directed them to look into that possibility, and I'm interested in that. It seems like a plausible idea for south and north sides. So I do want to just end with, I appreciate all the hard work the staff does, continuing to look at data, and the city does. I appreciate you guys just being receptive of us as citizens, and understand you have to look out for the whole city and people coming through. But I appreciate you zooming in and giving us an opportunity to provide our own perspectives to add to these hard decisions you have to make. And I know that you'll continue to do that and continue to have a conversation. So thank you all.
Thanks, Aaron. Thanks for your service as well. Appreciate it. Okay, anybody else online, hit *6 to unmute yourself. Give us your name and address for the record. Please keep it to 3 minutes or under.
Hello, this is Lori Young.
Hey, Lori, go ahead.
I live at 2000 Ashworth. also exactly where all this is taking place. So my concern with the 3 lanes is that y'all have added basically the ability to use 19th through 22nd as a raceway for people to cut through neighborhoods. And that will destroy the neighborhoods that we have already. If you look at those right turn lanes that y'all have added to it, and you look at 2000 Ashworth on your map, they will affect both of our driveways. Those people are going to be rushing down, and there is no way we're going to be able to get out of our driveway during those times. And we have a lot of cut-through traffic already that makes that road dangerous. It's not the neighbors that make it dangerous. It's the people who are trying to save 5 minutes getting home from work. Or there's been an accident on the freeway, so they're going to cut down and they're going to come through our neighborhood, which is fine. I get it. I've cut through neighborhoods too. But by adding the wider lanes, we're going to increase the speed. I realize we need to do that. So I can live with that. But by adding those right turn lanes, you're making that little part from 19th to 22nd Street a friggin' raceway that endangers our kids and our grandkids. Kids walk home from, I know that y'all tried hard, but Fair Meadows is a big deal. And there's a lot of traffic from that. And if you come by, y'all say y'all been down Ashworth to look at this. If you look at my front yard, you would know it because the speed is increasing on Ashworth right now. And we have an entire width of about a foot of our yard that's already been taken over by the traffic and the trucks that are working at Fair Meadows and the city and that stupid cable stuff that y'all put in there. Y'all put it right there where y'all want to now dig it up again. Makes no sense at all. But anyway, we have water that's red from the rust. West Des Moines Water will not fix our water till y'all decide to do with this roadway. It's holding us up. So the guy that had the idea of let's stripe it and see how it works. Isn't that the cheapest way of looking at this?
You got 30
But adding
seconds.
those right turn lanes, adding those right turn lanes is going to make it a raceway, a cut through. And if you'll go and count the cigarette butts that are in front of my driveway from the people that are cutting through the neighborhood, it's just cut through, folks. And if you make it a raceway, you're going to endanger more lives.
Okay, appreciate it. Now, you're talking about the cut-through being 22nd Street?
No,
19th?
that extra right turn lane. People are going to dive down right in front of our house to try to get to that right turn as fast as possible. And our house and the houses that are 2 down that have driveways facing out that way, they're not going to be able to get out of their driveways. We're going to be stuck in our driveways.
Okay, thank you so much.
And if you've lived in a bigger town, it's true. I'm sorry, but it's true because I've lived through this before in another town.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, anybody else online that would like to address the council, please hit *6, unmute yourself, and give us your name and address for the record. Anybody else online that would like to address the council? *6 to unmute yourself. Okay, that's it. At this time, I guess, Brian, I'd have you come up here, and I've got, I guess, a question for you, and that is, you know, you're a city engineer. You know the safest design for roads. What is the safest design of a road that we could possibly have here if we didn't care about right-of-way at all? 5-lane with a turn lane in the middle?
No, I don't think so.
4-lane with wider lanes, more narrow lanes? What is the safest road design that is efficient at moving cars, as efficient as moving cars as possible? What is the best, most safe, most efficient road design possible?
I believe after all the work that we've done, after the study we did with HR Green long ago, but what you see right here, we've pulled this back. We looked at 5 lanes the whole way. We looked at 4 lanes with 12-foot lanes the whole way. I believe that this is going to move traffic efficiently, but it's also going to be something where with 3 lanes, it's going to make it more of a neighborhood feel versus a 4-lane road. And I don't believe you're going to have all the speeding issues that you may think you're going to have on this road.
What about people trying to dart in to get into the road because there's no brake, there's no string at all?
Yeah, and that's something that Kevin and I talked about. I'm sorry, Councilman Trevilian and I talked about. Apologize, I've known him for a very long time, and just.
When I took office, I'm still the same person I was before, so whatever. I'm fine with that.
So this guy and me, we sat and we talked about the that very thing. And we looked at the traffic modeling, and Eric's got a feature where you can look at, and it models the traffic, very accurately. And we were looking at gaps and how you would get through, and like where different places where you're at in the driveways. And I don't know if you remember when we did that, but there's even, and we were looking at it during peak hour. So we believe that people will be able to get out of their driveways. In all locations, even between 19th and 22nd.
Brian, this is all residential, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so they've all got, I don't know, Monday, Tuesday garbage collection. Where's that garbage truck sit? In that east or westbound turn lane, right? Because it's a 1-lane road.
Yep.
How do I get around that garbage truck?
You'd have to
because it's illegal to drive, officer, correct me if I'm wrong, I think he's still back there. It's illegal to drive in a turn lane. How do I get around that garbage truck? Or the Amazon truck, or UPS, or a city bus, whatever?
Right.
How do I?
So if you pass them now, you're going to be in the opposing. You're going to be in the opposing lane. That's not true. Look at all of the pictures that we took. You can't get around a bus that's stopped in a 9-foot lane and not be able to, and not go into the other lane of traffic.
Okay, so let's take the illegal part out of it. If there's a car coming east and I'm going west and I'm behind the garbage truck and they're wanting to turn left, now where do I go?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
If I'm going west.
Yes.
And there's a garbage truck.
Right.
And there's somebody coming east wanting to turn left.
You wait behind.
How do I get?
You wait behind the garbage truck until that garbage truck gets out of the way. These are all things that I live on 50th Street, very busy street.
Sir, hold on a second. We'll get to you in a second. Nobody shout stuff out from the audience. We'll get to you in a second.
I live on 50th Street and it's very busy. And I will tell you that they don't pick up my garbage during peak hour. They know to go into the neighborhoods and pick up the garbage during the peak hour because they're out there at 6 a.m. I can hear them.
Brian, you live on a 5-lane road. I believe.
I know, I understand that.
Okay.
I understand that. But what I'm saying is Brett and I can work with the garbage collection service to get them out there at times when there's very little traffic.
2 o'clock in the morning.
Kevin,
I'm just asking.
Come on, no.
I don't. Ashworth carries traffic all day long.
I know, and I walk. I've been walking Ashworth way more in the last month just so I could observe it. I'm out there at 6 o'clock in the morning taking walks, taking my dog for a walk, and there is not that much traffic at 6 a.m. I go for a walk. I bet you I walk all the way around there. I see very few cars at that time of day.
Brian,
there's ways that we can work around this, Kevin.
Sir, come on and get up here and go ahead and give us whatever point you have, please. Give us your name and address for the record, though, first.
Del Christensen, 932 32nd Street.
Okay.
We're right on the corner of 32nd and Ashworth. And what Brian is talking about, we have, right now, have a long wait sometimes getting out on Ashworth. 6 o'clock in the morning, no, there isn't much traffic on Ashworth. 7:30 to 9 o'clock, I mean, it is steady, and they are moving along at a high rate of speed. And as far as the 3-lane roads, Brian didn't look back far enough. I grew up with 3-lane highways. Back in the late 30s and the 40s, they made 3-lane highways. 2 lanes, one going each direction for the traffic. The center lane was a turn lane. It was a suicide lane, is what they called it. And you're going to have the same thing with the turn lane. People are going to use that for a passing lane because they run out of patience. And we see them road rage going by our house there on Ashworth. So you know they're going to be using the turn lane for a passing lane. And if you got one coming from each direction, you got a hazard happening. And as far as changing it to a 3-lane from a 4-lane, putting in that bike path, what are you going to do if that 3-lane don't work out? You are stuck, or it'll be multi-million-dollar, changing it back to a 4-lane. And as the area grows, you're going to have more traffic. They just widened the bridge on Ashworth over 35 out in Waukee. So, that alone is putting more traffic on Ashworth. So, to me, it's absolutely the wrong way to go. And the modern, looking back, I don't know how far Brian looked back, but you need to look back at when the 3 lanes were a popular road. I drove on them. They were very dangerous.
We've got some in our city right now. So we've looked at those, but, okay,
anyway,
well, thank you so much for your
thank you.
comments. I really appreciate it. Okay, Brian, question?
Yeah, a couple more things I want to
Yeah, come on
address
up.
of questions that people came up and asked.
Yep.
There was a question, I can't remember who asked, but it was about right-of-way. And like without the trail now, the only right-of-way we need to buy, aside from maybe some temporary construction easements so we have room to work, is the area on from basically 23rd to 19th Street because of the turn lanes. Those are the only areas where we would need permanent right-of-way takings.
Okay.
So, would we have to get into retaining walls? Yeah, it was you. Would we have to get into retaining walls? We wouldn't have to get into retaining walls. The 5 foot would not go back into their property. It would go towards the street. And if we go with a 11-foot wide lane that folks are asking for, I did some math, and that only leaves you with about 4.5 feet between your back of your curb and your sidewalk. And that is way less than what it is now. And I will assure you that shoveling snow and I like I said, I live on 50th, and those plows can push snow back pretty far. And no offense to Brett, but I have to shovel the snow off of the road, off of my sidewalk. But if it's 4.5 feet, or like it would be if we did 4 11-foot lanes, which I'm not condoning because I don't think it's safer. And I think people will drive faster on a road like that. I don't think it's a good idea. So yeah, that's where I'm at.
So that was the next question I had. 4 11-foot lanes, not safer. This is the safest design and most efficient design.
I believe it's the safest design. And then there was one other question about why not stripe the whole thing with 3 lanes so we can see if it works.
Right. You don't have the right turn lanes.
Yeah, you don't have the right turn lanes at 19th and 22nd. And I can assure you that it won't work. We actually looked at it without the turn lanes, and it's gridlock. Okay. So the rest of the road is fine.
Okay. So I guess here's the direction that I would give you as mayor is keep the 3 lanes that you've got, but make the design as tight as you possibly can. Do it sounds like people are for the 5-foot sidewalk, but maybe not, wiring the house for some future technology. Don't do the trail across people's driveways. Do the 5-foot sidewalk, make the design as tight as you can, move to that sidewalk as close to the street as you possibly can. And that's what I think is, what I'm hearing is the safest, most efficient tonight. And I guess I would just go down, starting with Councilman Hudson.
Somebody wants to say something, Russ.
Yeah, come on up. This is the last comment of the night.
Thank you.
Yep.
Dennis Blue.
You got 3 minutes, sir.
Ashworth Road. I would just like to know about the right-hand turn lanes. Can you take a look at not going into the properties for that? Because at the T intersections, you don't need the left turn lane because there's a property to the left. You're not going to turn into that property. So you can redirect by paint and or curving islands to get the 2 lanes each direction and a right-hand turn lane without having to cut into the properties as shown. Can you take a look at that and present to the board, the council, what that might look like and how that would work? Only the T intersections. At the intersections like at 39th Street, you already have a 4-way intersection, and you're going to have to cut into those yards properties to get that right turn lane. But I would just propose that you look at not getting into those properties where there's a T intersection.
Okay.
That's all.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, we're going to go to Greg. Greg, anything you want to see from Brian? I would suggest that we come back and have another discussion here at the next council meeting. 3 lanes, 5-foot sidewalk, anything else that you want?
Yeah, I'd love to hear more about it. I'm looking at this chart right here when it comes to the alternatives. I drive home Ashworth every single day. Eric, I don't know if you're still here right on the corner. Your house is beautiful, by the way. I didn't know it was that old. That's really cool. But, so I drive Ashworth. Now, granted, it's from Valley High School where I teach and then go west. But, it's pretty narrow, and I think it's 10 feet wide out there versus 9 feet wide. If it's 9 feet wide times 4 lanes, that's 36 feet. If the desire is to keep four lanes, I mean, that will necessarily eat into 8 feet, 10 feet, 12 feet of the right of way. So if there's any desire to keep the 4 lanes, and please reach out to, I think all of us would love to hear more, because this is a big decision. There's a lot of moving pieces.
Is there anything else you'd like engineering to consider and bring back to the council besides the design that we just talked about? 5-foot sidewalks, forget the trail thing across people's driveways, move the sidewalks as close to the curb as you possibly can, still allowing for snow to be deposited there, and the 3-lane configuration with the right-hand turn lanes. Is there anything else, Greg, that you'd like to see?
Well, I think, and I was about to get to it, so
okay,
my apologies.
Go ahead.
So I think the concern of right-of-way is especially great with the folks who live between 19th and 22nd Street, because going back to that map, you don't have to go back right now, but it's incredibly tight there. So I just really want to encourage engineering. I imagine you've already reached out with the folks who live right there, because what is there? 20 houses between 19th and 22nd Street, maybe 30, I don't know. But whatever solution we come up with, it's got to be all right for the folks who live there, because if people are speeding right now, actually I don't know if people will speed more with a 3-lane versus 4-lane. My actually inclination of knowing high school students pretty well is that at times when it's not busy at all, it's not a 12-foot lane on Ashworth, it's a 20-foot lane on Ashworth for those high school students, so they're really, really going down. So I'm not exactly convinced that 3 lanes will necessarily, speed things up, but I think as long as we're talking to the folks on 19th and 22nd Street, that'll be great. Councilman McKinney.
Okay, so no other alternatives to consider?
Nope.
Okay.
In terms of alternatives to consider, I guess, I don't know, this has been helpful for me. I think I shared that when we started, I had less heartburn about the street, and I definitely have concern about it. And I've backed out a lot of driveways on Ashworth, and I've waited a long time on Ashworth. And I can envision backing out and trying to get up to speed. When somebody's in the other lane, it's a little bit easier. You don't have to worry about it. I know you're not wanting that. So I guess let me go back to, I have concern, right? I don't know if there's a way to keep a 4-foot sidewalk and have maybe additional width within the 4 lanes. I know we talked about a 5-foot sidewalk. If you take that 5 feet down to 4 feet and add that additional foot or so to the street, keep 4 lanes, I don't know if that helps. But I don't like the concept of the garbage truck, the bus, the Amazon truck, and I mean, nobody wants to sit behind that. And that is a legitimate concern, as well as backing out of driveways. I
Okay,
don't know how
so
to do
Brian,
it.
we're going to add to this 4 lanes with a 4-foot sidewalk, moved as close to the street as you possibly can. That's what you'd like to see?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. And keep in mind, everything that we're throwing out here, we need to not only consider the people that are here tonight, but the entire city that's going to be using this and what safety standards are and everything else. And that's what I expect when we talk about this and give direction to engineering next. That's what we got to take into account. It's not just everybody here, but what the most safe, most efficient design is going to be. So, okay, Renee, anything else that you'd like to have them consider?
Well, I think the alternatives that were previously discussed are, I don't have any additional ones to add. I just want to say, thanks for everybody being here. I appreciate folks' comments. I think where we go, as you've said, Mayor, is not just limited to the people that are in the audience here, but the greater city. Because there are other folks that are involved and interested in Ashworth versus also beyond the people that are in this room or live there. So I just want to say, too, as tough as this night has been for Brian, I want to say thank you, Brian. There's not very many people that have a job, or there's 80 people that are talking and expressing concerns. So regardless of whether we agree with what he's proposing or what we proposed, it takes a lot to still maintain grace and poise in the midst of opposition or whatever. And I think that's worthy of acknowledging, really. I know we might say he gets paid for it, but it's still tough. It's still tough. So I want to say thanks for not losing your cool and still being there and listening and open, because that's what all this process is about. So I'm glad that we got the trail thing settled. I mean, we got that settled early, so I think that stopped some of the hemorrhaging early on in our discussion. So the alternatives that were shared today would be nice to hear. It's a work in process, but thank you for everything that you've done to bring this forward to this point in time, and thanks for all the citizens that are here to express their thoughts and views as well. So this is what engagement at the local level is all about, at its finest.
Thank you, Renee. Okay, Kevin.
To piggyback off Renee, Brian, I wasn't being, don't take it personal, okay? All right, we've known each other a long time. I mean, we don't,
You're fine.
but I can't support the 3-lane. I like Matt's idea of going to a 4-foot sidewalk. I understand what you say about, it is tight. Cindy and I walk our neighborhoods on a regular basis, okay, but you can do it. Look at the 4-foot sidewalk, 10 and a half, 11-foot lanes. I think that's the safer way to go, for the fact that you don't have the continual line of cars and people trying to get out and, shooting the gap or making illegal moves to drive down a turn lane to get around somebody and then risk hitting somebody head on because I was coming down the turn lane. What are you doing going straight? So, yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Doug?
I'm going to be the technology dork here up on the council. Given some of my background, I would like to ask about the software we use. Can you do massive amounts of machine learning simulations under the different scenarios that are proposed and use those to do a statistical analysis on that? I have clients on my insurance software that I'm part owner of, that they run hundreds of millions of simulations through it to understand what's the impact of a hurricane going to be in this area, or a tornado. Does that exist today, and do we have access to it?
As far as traffic modeling goes?
Yes.
I don't know. Is Eric still here? Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
Hi, Eric.
You took your tie off. Or did you not have one there?
He realized we were going to be here for a while.
I would like us to explore that, and I can help with that a little bit potentially. But we should be able to run hundreds of millions of cars through the different scenarios along Ashworth and understand where the anomalies occur, because I know that tech exists today.
We have models of the different scenarios that we've looked at Yeah. You not? So yeah, that's something that we could easily.
Yeah, we've got it.
Show, provide.
Yeah.
So you could see what it looks like, what Kevin and Matt are proposing. We could show what that would look like. We could show what we've already got what we're proposing. So, yeah.
Yeah, because I think I would like to see the statistical distributions of those scenarios at various junctions on Ashworth, so 19th, 22nd. I literally drive in and out of 801 Ashworth. My buddy owns that place, right? And my wife was all excited for me to get out of the house during COVID, so I rented it from him, and I drive there every day, so I'm very familiar with that. I'd like to see what those look like.
Yeah, and to be honest, I'll get up here to say this, but the 3-lane is something that we tried to do as a compromise for everybody in this neighborhood, so that we wouldn't have to go intrude farther into their properties. Now, one thing that we do have to take into consideration if we do widen a little more with the road is we're going to be into a lot of utilities. So that's just something to consider. But those are all things that will bring you the pros and cons list.
Yep.
Is this something, and now I want to make sure I'm clear, or I'm sorry, were you all finished?
I'm done.
Okay. Are we going to bring this back to?
I don't think we'll be ready in 2 weeks,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor. I mean, we got to have some time to do a
All
little
right.
deeper dig.
Right. But I guess my question was, do we bring this back to the full council? Do we take it to subcommittee? What would you
I think
like
you
to
bring
see?
it back to the full council. We do a mini workshop at the end of one of the council meetings and give you direction based on these scenarios. And frankly, I'll be honest with you, one of the scenarios just put in there that we don't do anything.
Right.
I'm not sure that's something that is smart, but, let's put it in there. Because, I want to consider all scenarios, and I don't want to spend a bunch of taxpayer money to make a big difference on safety on this road and everything else, and just have this tiny little, that to me is one of the worst scenarios, is that we do something like this, 4-lane,
Right.
10-foot, whatever, you barely notice a difference, you still have issues with mirrors hitting each other potentially, and we just spent millions of dollars to do it. So,
Right.
so I think you add another scenario where we do nothing and we walk away, and the next time somebody says something to us about Ashworth, we say, it is what it is. Don't drive down
We
it.
can't do nothing. Because
Still got to rebuild the road.
We got the
Rebuild the road. Rebuild the road.
Just as is.
Just as is.
Brian,
An asphalt overlay.
Kind of a
Asphalt
specific question that everybody, I would love 4 lanes. I love 4 lanes. You have no idea how much I love 4 lanes. Brian,
He loves 4
I
lanes.
love 4 lanes.
He's got Greg at 4lanes.com.
But when it comes to making 4 lanes, 12, quiet you. When it comes to 12 feet down to 11 feet, I want to know the amount of land that we're going to have to take from these folks' yards if we're switching to 4 lanes. And I know that's why I asked about the green space, the parkway earlier, several hours earlier, I feels, because if we make it 4 lanes, even if it's 11-foot lanes instead of 12-foot lanes, my gosh, we're going to have to eat 5, 6, 7, 8 feet into people's yards. I want to know how little can we take. It's really, really important to me, because the entire reason why we're saying no to that trail is because we don't want to eat into your yard. And if we're just replacing one thing with another, then I just don't see it. But I could be wrong, and if I am wrong, please email me, and I know I will hear from you. So
You've got several very obvious things. Number one, what's the design that takes the least amount of land from people? What's the design that's the most safe? What's the design that is the most efficient? We want to be looking at all those things, and obviously with every one of these scenarios have the tightest design possible, where if you have a 4-foot sidewalk, a 5-foot sidewalk, you move the sidewalk as close to the road as you can, still having safety standards, still with Brett being able to dump his snow on it. You understand where we're going.
Is there a time constraint here at all? Like,
Guys.
does this have to be figured out in 6 months, or?
Well,
This is going to be the last question of the night. Go ahead.
I've got one request, though.
The time constraint is, right now we don't have a funding source. So we have a funding source for getting the design done, but we don't have a funding source for the road itself. So that's something that we have to work through. But our plan was, if we could get the funding, to construct in 2024. And if we're going to do that, we have to have, we could push it out to 2025, and I don't know how much longer the pavement is going to last Jason, I don't know. I mean, it's, I know it looks great now, but that everything under it is not great. So, you know, that, and that's the reason why we're not continually overlaying. We just did overlays on several sections of this road. So we're not going to reconstruct those sections of the road until they're ready, until they're falling apart. So that, we're not poor stewards of the taxpayer dollars. We've been doing this like this for decades. I mean, we've had this pavement management system for decades. So we're not going to throw money away to just to do it.
Right.
So I just want to make sure you and everybody here hears that.
And again, when we consider this, we're going to be considering safety of everybody, these people as well as other people in the community.
Right. I drive the road
How much
too.
land we take, where the
kids
snow
drive.
goes,
Yeah.
and we got to come up with the best decision. As I said when I started this, we may not have a win-win scenario. People might be more happy than they were before, but they may not love it. We got to come up with the best decision we can as a council on all those factors and make a decision. And one of those decisions could be just leave the road alone. So-
Mr. Mayor, to your point with that, I think
Yeah,
it's very important for Brian to have that data on leaving the road as it is, because that gives you something to compare what you want to do with how bad will the accidents be if we leave it as it is, repairing it just as it is. That needs to be done so that they can prove what is the safest design.
Okay, appreciate it. We are adjourned. Workshop is done.
Brian, don't run off yet. Thanks, Russ.